Hello there, everybody. How's it going? This is Dice back again, the artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber. And guess what we're doing? The same thing we do every Saturday. Try to take over the world. Make creatures. Try to make creatures. Creatures with a Y. We're making art as usual. Yeah, we might be able to finish this little mini comic I've been working on and be rid of it from my life and see if I actually want to do another one or not. But we're gonna finish it no matter what. We're finishing it. We finish things here. We haven't finished the game yet. Nope. Because that's still a long process. But we got a little promotional material with the little comic I'm working on. And hopefully that'll draw some people in and give people an idea of, like, here's what the world is. Here's what it's like to live in Le Creature's world. Le Creature's Toura. But yeah, so that's what we're working on here. We got some nice line art from my art assistant here. After I sketched it out for him, we're gonna make a few extra adjustments. I already took a pass at it before because I saw some obvious stuff and I was like, I'm just gonna do this right, meow, so I don't have to do it on stream. But, you know, things happen and I see things a second time and I'm like, oh, that too. So that's what we're doing. This is the stream where we finish the dang thing. So yeah, we fix up a little bit of the line art here and then we're gonna put in the rendering, and then we win. Then we get all the views and all the attention and all the publicity, right? That's how it works, right? Anyways, here we go. There we go. Better. That's one thing. Also, this guy's pauldrons should be like so. At least more so like that. As you can see on the references behind me. And this one also needs a touch-up. Alright. I think we got him figured out. Now, this... I've been doing some, research. Let's call it that. On female forums. And, that's not correct. But anyways, we gotta get the hips going. The hips don't lie. Unless you draw them wrong, then they lie. We gotta make sure that they're not lying. I think that's an improvement. It's probably not perfect, but yeah, there's only so much we can do. Then we want to give Geldhart here a little bit of a bag around his belt here to indicate that like it's actually like a thick material and it's not like... Wait a second. Hold on, is he wearing chainmail? I think he might be wearing chainmail. I need to check that. Actually, it would probably be... It's about the same effect, I think. As far as what I'm doing here. You know, it's something thick that he's wearing and it sags at the point.
Said, YT chat no worky so I'm stuck here.
Oh, hello Dale. Hey, that reminds me. I should probably get in the Discord chat in case any of you guys want to pop in. I keep forgetting that. How's it going, Dale? I'm just trying to figure out if Geldhart is wearing chainmail or not. He is in fact wearing chainmail. Okay, but we still give it a little bulge anyways because it's chainmail, it's thick. Hello.
How could you forget me? That's so awful. I'm
Look,
so unforgettable.
I've been kind of lonely in voice chat for a while, so it slipped my mind.
I know that. I've noticed. I've been quite busy.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Evergrade even didn't show up last time. He's a big streamer now.
See that? Yes. I mean, to be fair, is there anyone else who streams Skull the Hero Slayer as often as he does? He might actually have found an untapped market.
Maybe. I mean, he probably does have, like, an audience for the kind of games he plays because they're not, like, super common. He's been doing, what do you call that?
Calling him weird?
Look, we're all weird. I don't pretend that, my taste in games is normal.
No,
but I
you
do
pretend that it's correct.
Yes, I do. I do advocate for more of it though, because I am a selfish person.
Aren't we all?
And other people are not filling the needs I desire. But yeah, what was I saying? Did I just lose that entire point? Probably.
You said you were lonely, and before that was something about the type of armor.
Oh yeah. Well, the type of armor is not relevant to the discussion, really.
Yeah, I'm a bit behind, of course, because internet here.
Right, right. I got Patron to do my line art on this, and I'm still, like, picking and nitpicking at it. I think I'm pretty much done.
Imagine having someone in the mines and yet still doing the work yourself. Don't you pay Patron for this?
Yes. Like, excuse me, I'm meticulous like that. I need to be better about not being that way.
I would use a different word that starts with A, but it does end in is.
I'm not sure what that one is.
It's fine. We don't have to talk about it today.
That's probably a good idea. I don't have the brain bandwidth for it right now. I'm feeling a little, like, out of it today. Like, I had to sit here before streaming, and I'm like, what do I do when I start the stream? I have to say something, right?
Put in mouth.
It's kind of like that almost every time I start a stream. It's like, what do I say? What do I say when I start? Once I get going, I'm good. But I have to have something to start with. I have to, like, sit there and think about it for a minute. Alright. I think it's time for me to start drawing faces. Let me show screen in Discord.
Beforehand, you were talking about how you've been studying anatomy, and yeah, that was a bit where I was like zoning in and out, and I was like, hang on a second, what did you just say?
I said I've been studying female anatomy.
Yeah, I thought so, but
And that's what we're calling it.
I've just gotten off shift, so...
Look, all I know is that the hips
Kohei
are a certain way.
said, Aloha Dice, what's the news?
Aloha, Kohet. Long time no see to you, too. How's it going out there, Kohet? You finished moving? Alright, I need to stop this. I need to draw faces. I'm zooming in and out looking for details to fix, and I don't need to.
Daladakarai said, cringe hate. Daladakarai said, got him.
Are we gonna start a fight in the
Kohei
in the comments with Geronimo?
crying face.
Yeah, I forgot you had Geronimo. I thought I was being very sneaky and clever there. I did the exact opposite. Foot in mouth for me now.
Gonna have Geronimo just arguing with himself.
It is kind of funny though.
I've been trying to find, like,
Kohei
better programs that will
said,
let me
my internet is abhorrent.
talk
I still don't have any
to
of my
AI
things.
on stream.
I want to watch the stream, but I may just have to catch the video again.
Because, like, the whole idea with having, like, my drone and stuff and the orb that I never use was that I'd be able to, like, use them as, like, a chatbot on stream just for my, just to talk to and have something to bounce things off of and react to. But finding, like, some kind of program that will just use a chatbot and, like, read, like, text-to-speech the things that the chatbot says and then do the reverse for me is, like, really tough.
Yeah, instead you're stuck with me.
Yeah. Honestly...
Man, imagine having terrible internet. Couldn't be me.
Honestly, talking to humans is definitely better, but y'all can't always be here is a problem. And I can't expect y'all to always be here either.
Yeah, sometimes you just got better things to do, you know? It's just not like this is the highlight of my week at the moment.
Yeah. This ain't even the highlight of my week.
Yeah, but this is your job, so...
This ain't a
Not one
job.
of Listen, you pay Patron. It's Patron's job, at least.
It's a patron's job. Alright. Koya says his internet's abhorrent. Still don't have many things. I want to watch the stream, but I might just have to catch the video again. That sucks. But hopefully you get better with it. I'm sure you will after a while.
It sounds like a poor excuse. I live in a country that is known for having like some of the worst internet on the planet. So fix that.
Well, yeah, but you guys are used to living with it. We're Americans. We don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, bad internet for you is like fantastic internet for us. So, you know, get over it, Koheth. Y'all don't have to deal with Telstra.
With what?
Telstra, it's a internet service provider.
Ah, okay.
Phone lines and things. Used to be the only one in this country, so almost everything has to go through it.
Aren't monopolies great?
Yeah. I'm trying really hard not to get this paint into my breakfast while I'm painting, because I'm hungry as well.
Oh, you're using actual physical paints?
Yes.
Damn.
I'm not... I've decided to paint miniatures.
Oh, minis. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, no, oh god, no. I hate canvas painting. Oh my god. The few that I've done every now and then for October is... It's not fun. I don't like canvas painting. I can't Bob Ross it.
Said,
This
I
is
have
not how
physically
work.
adjust not like this.
Guy, it says he's physically adjusted.
Adjust?
Adjust? Physically adjust not like this. Says Geronimo. I, on the other hand, speak chat.
I don't get it.
Huh?
I don't understand.
Don't understand what?
Adjust. I have physically adjust.
Adjusted. He forgot the D.
God, it is Sunday for me. I've got like work again in at least 10 hours.
Ew.
I like it. It's nice. It's nice doing night shift, so
Oh, night shift?
yeah. It's a nice change.
Kohate.
Yeah, I'm on
Said,
night shift.
I switched to my tablet because for some reason the connection is more stable as a hotspot through my phone, but my
Means I can
keypad
go to bed and
disappeared
not
on
feel
my
bad.
tablet so I can't spell
In like
anymore.
3 hours. Well, it's normally when I do that, it's just because I'm lazy.
See, Koya
But now
says,
I've earned it.
I switched to my tablet because for some reason the connection is more stable as a hotspot through my phone. But my keypad disappeared on my tablet, so I can't spell
Kohate.
anymore.
Said, anyways,
Yeah,
I
as
look forward
is
to
evident.
lurking not like this.
I relate to that too heavy though.
Looks forward to lurking, he says. Well, be my guest. We'll keep Geronimo on then.
$8:30 a.m. ramen's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
8:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
I eat mine at 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm on the clock at 3:30.
Ah. You're way into the night shift. You must be in the kind of setup where you're still there when the day shift comes in, huh?
Yeah. But it's fine. Absolutely dandy.
Usually got less people to deal with on night shift.
Yeah, it depends on the day.
Though the last place I work, I think night shift might have been worse about that. Still busy as hell.
Genuinely surprised at how many people are just like, yep, gotta do this one exact thing in this exact really strange way at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's like, why? Go home, go to bed.
Well, they're probably working night shift too. Or on some other kind of weird shift hours. That's one of the problems with
does drug and alcohol abuse count as a night shift job?
Well, it probably does happen at night mostly. But that's one of the problems with adulting that I found, quote unquote adulting, as we call it in the industry. Like, you need to do something, you need something dealt with. Oh, great. The thing that deals with that is only available during the hours that you work.
That is indeed trash, but yeah, I get you.
I hate that. Like, wow, I have to take an entire day off to do this one mundane thing. To go to the doctor. For a
Yeah,
routine
gotta love it when
checkup.
it's like, or like with things that are like, I don't know, like customer service or like technical support. It's like, yes, we close at 5, but it's our local time zone, which might be 3 hours ahead of you. So
Yeah.
we don't close at 5, we close at like 2:30. It's like, how am I supposed to get anything done then?
Yeah. Gotta plan your whole day around a person who's coming to help you for money. I mean, unless you got like a wife or something staying at home.
Women are gross. That's my official response.
Oh yeah, all media alchemy over in the Odyssey chat. I almost didn't see it because Odyssey puts its freaking new chats at the bottom where they get often covered up on my screen.
Why would it do that? That's so silly.
Oh hey,
I don't know, I hate it.
said, the wife buff is real.
It says, the graveyard shift is not for him. And Kohei says the wife buff is real.
That's
I know,
fair.
right? That's why I want one. I just don't want to do all the things involved with it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I mean-
that requires you, you know, talking to a wife. And I don't know about you, that seems pretty rough.
It does. Not gonna lie, I decided to check out some dating apps recently. And so far, like, if a woman shows interest, she's usually, like, extremely uninteresting to talk to.
Well, you gotta be into the crazies, man. They're interesting, but like, I hope you
Oh,
weren't
wait.
planning on living
Said,
past, you know,
you talk to a woman first.
38.
You should not talk to people who are already wives. Dale.
No, Kohei, he's not. I don't think he's talking about talking
That's
to
not what
wives.
I meant. I meant women in general, to be fair.
Well, I figured it means you'd have to talk to your wife when she's your wife.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another
Just
thing
like,
too.
You come home from work and just the wife's at home and the wife's like, "Oh, hello there." It's like, no talk. Be gone. Kitchen.
Kitchen
I
sandwich.
say that, but I say that, but I hate people in my kitchen. The wife would not be allowed in my kitchen.
Oh, that yeah,
Very
that's
much
another
banned
thing.
from kitchen.
just sharing your living space with somebody. That's something that would be like a challenge for me. That's one of the things I dread about like actually looking for somebody. It's like, oh no, I have to show them my house, and then they're gonna live here if the things go well. Ew.
And like, so, like at least half of your life will have to like alter, because now you've got someone else involved.
Yeah.
And they have a different perspective and things they like and ways they like to organize things. Sounds like hell.
And my autism is the right way, damn it.
Yeah. And this comment keeps irking me. It's like, talk to a woman. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to, like, not even just, you know, me filling my quota here, being the resident sexist, but like, why would you want to talk to people on the regular?
Kohei said,
Yeah,
Bible
cry
dumb.
about it.
There are some females that are worth talking to sometimes.
Name one.
Shiroi.
Nah, I don't believe it. VTubers aren't women.
VTubers are women, okay.
You know the meme.
Ooh. We're going Sargon with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna pretend that I absolutely 100% believe that.
I would say that all VTubers are tomboys in some capacity. As a defining trait, a lot of people just like latch on to, oh, tomboys are like active and sporty. But no, tomboys socialize like males. That's really what makes them what they are.
What does that make you then?
I don't know, what do I socialize as?
Well, I mean,
Are you just saying like generally I'm a VTuber therefore?
yeah.
Obviously, I'm talking about female VTubers.
Said, you two are too antisocial to be engaged in the most social thing you can do on the internet.
Wait, sorry, Koeth, I actually don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about.
Like, I always think I'm pretty antisocial, and then I realize I have a lot of friends. I talk to a lot of people on the regular.
All my friends are online, pretty much.
Yeah, like, I always think, like, oh, I don't have that many friends. Like, I've known almost all of my friends since I was, like, 12.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
I've
a
had
pretty
lot
good
of
track
long-lasting
record, actually.
friendships.
Like-
Yeah, I keep getting told that. It's like, it's
Kohei
surprising at how many friends that I've
said,
kept on for so
You were
long.
both chatting on a live stream about how much you dislike chatting with people.
You see, Koheth, here's the trick of it all. I'm not talking to someone face to face.
Yeah, Dale's not a person. He's a disembodied voice.
That's true. I was just gonna say I'm not a person in general. I don't have like rights and morals and so forth. Feelings, what are those?
Kohei
Figment of your imagination.
Said, LUL.
I'm an object just to be toyed with.
Dale's a disembodied voice, and I'm a cartoon character. We're not real people. I keep forgetting I'm supposed to be drawing faces. Let's see.
Did one.
Yeah, I did one. Alchemy says, you've got serious art talent, though. Well, thank you. No, Dale is not actually an AI. He's just Australian.
I don't know which is which is the worst statement there.
I was looking for character references. I'm blanking out here. Streamer brain is real. Okay, that's what his face looks like. And yes, I know he's right behind me, but he's behind me. I can't see him. Because VTuber space is real.
AI stands for Australian Ignoramus.
Oh yeah, Alchemy. Kohet is also not an AI. He's just on Twitch. And I'm using speech to text.
And is lame.
And is lame. And he has a wife. Ugh.
My god, I know, right? How horrendous. Like, how to signal to everyone that you're just not worth hanging out with. BRB, going to talk to the missus.
Gotta talk to the missus. Oh, I gotta go get my homemade food and eat it.
Kohate said, Bible thump not like this.
You deserve it, Kohet. Moving on us to another location that we're also not at.
I mean, to be fair, like, countries tend to be pretty large. And then there's more than one country on the planet. Like, it can't be any further than I am. Right?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he's still in the US. You're still in the US, right? Right, Kohet?
No, this is when we find out he's on Mars.
He got selected by Elon for the secret mission.
But not the wife. Not his wife. His wife is still in the US.
Oh.
But the Tang OJ.
The what?
Abundant it is. Don't worry about it.
Is that a reference I'm not familiar with?
Yeah, this is a callback and a half, it is.
Oh, wait. Oh, right. Because he's chugging the Tang, right. I remember that story.
Kohate said, I'm in the Philippines, spiritually.
Is this gonna turn into, like, a discussion about food from other cultures that seems really strange but is very normal to them?
I don't know, is it?
It was the last conversation I had with Koeth, basically. He and someone else and I were talking about foods.
I think I remember that one.
I'm trying to remember what some passion fruit things, like passion fruit soda and candy and stuff, is super common here.
Passion
But apparently
fruit?
in other places, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely weird.
Apparently it's
over
pretty
here.
rare other places. But then you go to Japan and some of the candy they have is like green tea is a really popular flavor. It's like, why?
Yeah, as far as tea is concerned, I've just come to terms with the fact that I'm an average, like, Midwesterner, and the only tea I can actually stomach is, like, sweet tea.
I think that's just an American thing of, like, disrespecting hot teas because that's what the British like.
That's true.
Like, I'm sorry, but like I really like an English breakfast. It's good tea.
Even with the beans.
No. English breakfast is
Said, nauseated face.
not the.
Not the beans?
I hate baked beans. I just meant the tea called English breakfast.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a tea called English breakfast. See, we've excised that whole culture from our culture. The British.
I don't even know if it's a grey or a black tea or whatever. It's just called English breakfast. It's the one I tend to like. It's pretty bland for teas though. Pretty basic.
Last time I
hate
tried
beans.
like a non-sweet tea, I was like, oh, this is actually disgusting. And no, I don't remember what kind it is.
And I genuinely hate baked beans, but like everything else from like a traditional like English pub breakfast, hell yeah. Like black pudding, absolutely. Big fan.
Never tried.
How do you like your meat?
Cooked?
Well, I mean, technically sausages are cooked.
Like, I get a pretty good brown on my things.
Yeah. So, like, visually, black pudding, when, like, sliced into pucks and then fried, it does look like it's made out of tar. Like tarmac. Like, you've cut a circle out of the road.
So just goo.
Yeah, but, like, hard and solid.
Oh.
Crumbly.
More like Jello than pudding.
No, like, it's not like a pudding at all, it's a sausage.
Oh, okay.
And its texture is extremely crumbly. Like, ground up, like, what do you call it over there? The thing that roads are made out of.
Asphalt?
Yeah, I think so.
Kohate said, "This sounds downright
Yeah, but it
awful."
tastes really good though. Because like it's extremely meaty and really spicy. Well, it's not really spicy, but like it's British spicy, you know, salt and pepper and something else. Like it's technically it's with spices, not capsaicin spicy. But that would be really good for it though. Ooh.
Almedia Alchemy says his favorite kind of tea is matcha green tea. Yeah, I don't know teas.
That's a very popular like flavor of tea in desserts, like ice creams and stuff. And I don't get it.
Alright, one more face. I can do this.
Kohate
Have you shown off
said,
the website?
"Alchemy is right. Matcha is great."
Alright, the website. I probably should shill the website.
Have you? Yeah. And if not, like, has it been like, have I just missed the grand unveiling?
The grand unveiling basically happened like a week or two ago. Where is my bookmark for the website?
You lost it.
I think I've just been typing it in because it's literally just creatures.
Man lost his own website.
There we go. It auto completes.
That is actually genuinely one of my favorite things, is because whenever I looked for the World Anvil, it just wouldn't search for it. It'd find like random World Anvils on like the World Anvil site. It's like, no, I want this thing. Now, you've just got creatures.com.
Creatures.com. Let's
And it'll
share
just
that out to
automatically
the chat.
direct that.
Said,
It's so good. You
https://www.crytours.com.
got Patron working on anything for it? Is he in the mines?
I think he probably ran out of things I've given him, so he should be like basically making his own fan art right now. That's the instructions I've given him. If you run out of stuff,
I know
just
you're
draw
lacking
fan
something
art.
on the website.
What am I lacking?
Where's Magman?
Look. It'll get there.
Yeah, but when?
I don't know. He's probably going to be a little bit down the list because he's mostly a subterranean creature. We're mostly working on the surface dwellers right now.
I don't know, you got Pet Rock in here, but not Magman. That seems a little...
Yeah, well, Petrock is a human creation. In fact, he should probably be, like, the #1 slot in the creature codex.
I also do want to say I really like Peepoy, and its Metamorphi. I really like its line in general. It's a very good aesthetic and
You like
very
Noctilus?
solid. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I do like his design. He's like a...
Same with Patapiro? How do you say
Patapitter?
that? Yes, I'm so sleepy.
Yeah, I like that Noctilus is like based on a lunar moth, but he's like a goth lunar moth.
Yeah, but okay, that's going in the list now.
Is that gonna be a new Monster Girl?
Maybe. Once I decide to get off my ass, yeah.
So yeah, anyways, I dropped the website. That's where you can find a bunch of the creatures, not all of them. We're still working on adding content, but there's a start. You can see a little bit of what it's all about. I need to add... I have so much more to add, but the way I'm trying to do it...
site, it's pretty good.
The what?
For a bare bones site, it's pretty good.
Oh. Yeah, well, I'm trying to do each thing well. But it just takes time to add them when you do that. And they got this whole feature that will, like, you can just fill out a database with information, and you can set up each individual, like, page to automatically populate it. Populate a new page with information from the database. So I didn't go out and, like, make every creature page by hand. I just put all their information in the database and then made a standard like creature page that uses it all. Let's see. Alchemy says it was nice chatting with you, but I'm gonna head off my electronics for the remainder of the night. You all have a blessed rest of your day/night. Thanks for coming. Nice to have Odyssey people and actually notice that they're in the chat. Both things are rare.
Oh well. You could always stream to like some obscure platform that no one's ever heard of that doesn't even send out notifications properly.
Like Kick?
No, I was thinking like Pictaro, but you know.
Picarto? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like Cohead does?
Yeah. Weirdo.
To be fair, no other streaming sites would allow the stuff he draws.
I don't think it's if they would allow it. I think it's if the audience would palate it.
You think Twitch would allow that?
I mean, depends. Can Koeth get away with saying he's a woman?
Good point, good point. Can Kohet put out?
Oh my god.
Do the powers that be like Kohet's art?
Kohate said,
Don't
I'm
worry about
sorry,
it,
what?
Koeth.
Look, we're just saying, we all know Twitch has double standards. I'm proud of myself. I drew that second eye without copy and pasting it.
You did it pretty quickly too. Some absolute finesse there today.
I should stop being a pussy and just draw.
The way you draw mouths, well, I mean, technically
Said,
the way you draw line
Pikachu
art
is
in
the best
general
pro deacon
is
streaming site
so
hands down.
antithetical to the way
I won't
I
take
do
this
it.
slander.
It is. I don't know if it's making me feel like that's wrong. You shouldn't do it that way, or I've been doing it wrong.
Whatever works.
Yeah, true.
How do
Trust the
you draw
process.
mouths? Ah, stupid selection thing.
Every time I've shown or like given insight into how I do my process, I have been thoroughly bullied for it. So let's not. Multiple times on live on air.
Said, can you elaborate, Dale?
I think Dale just answered that question. Go ahead.
It doesn't help that I never finish my art anyways.
Daladakarai Pop. Said, no. Kohate. Said, I can't bully him if he doest make himself vulnerable, dice.
Doist. I like hearing Geronimo read people's typos.
I like how it changes its pronunciation depending on which chat I'm using to talk. Oh my goodness, do you think you'll have a different way of pronouncing my name on fucking... What was the other one? Odyssey?
It doesn't read it from Odyssey.
Oh, what?
It only does it for YouTube and Twitch.
So, I had this whole plan to make an account on every platform that you stream to, and then just like, yes, let's see how many times it mispronounces my name, and it's, apparently there's only 2 options.
Yeah.
This is hokey.
Shame. Sad. Alas, it would be nice if they added support for these other platforms, but they are not mainstream enough, I suppose. Alright, time to stop messing with the line art. I need to color this. Or shade this, or render this, or whatever the hell we want to call it. What do you call it when you do things in black and white?
Daladakarai Pop. Said, you say that like I'm not extremely easy to bully.
Alright, valuing. We're gonna value this. I have to remember how to do it.
Valuing would be correct? In like an incorrect manner?
Accurate, but not correct. I just refreshed my Twitter notifications, and it says, Jesus reposted your post.
Kohate. Said, I only want to bully if I'm inspired.
What are y'all putting in Discord now?
Daladakarai Pop. Said, bruh.
Oh, don't mind me.
I will continue to ignore. But Geronimo
wise
is
thing.
making a log of your chat shenanigans. Anything you type can and will be used against you by the Thought Police.
Literally 1984. How can this stand?
Oh yeah, we need to get together for another session of creatures sometime. It's been more than a month. And also we need to figure out what to do about the gilded situation. As I'm not sure if like all the people in
Zed,
the server
are you using
are gonna
grayscale
want
to
to
then
keep
transition
using it.
into colors, dice?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I have like 8 Roblox accounts, and I don't plan on logging into any of them until I decide I want to play Roblox for nostalgia's sake. And I think 5 of them are banned, so it didn't matter anyways.
5 banned, huh? You've been busy, huh?
No, I don't know why that happened. I think over the years after, because Roblox has gone through like a bunch of different like ownerships, have just like done things. I don't know.
You've done things
My good
that the new
the account
owners
I
don't
paid
like.
money on back when I was a kid has been banned though.
A kid.
So
Okay, Kohet, we are not doing colors. We're doing it like so here. It's gonna be like grayscale, but in the tone of this
Monochrome.
sepia kind of thing.
monochromatic.
Yes.
But hey, look at that, Koeth. It's not black liner. It's colored liner. Ooh. It's red too. It's a nice. It's like a burgundy. It's a good red.
I wouldn't even call it a red. It's more like a brown.
Brown is not a real color though. So
Kohet. Zed,
that's
seems
a
good.
very, very deep red. I got a suit that's that color.
Let's see. I need to figure out exactly what colors I've been using, or rather, what darkness I've been using on the colors. Okay, let's see. Her pauldrons are not colored at all.
Gotta keep like a note document of just hex charts.
It looks like her cape is colored. Yeah. It's orange and the pauldrons are yellow, so we color the cape. We give the cape 1 layer. What we're gonna do is just layer this, 1 layer on top of another. And the darker colors will get more layers, and then we'll throw in the shading, like underneath it. So it'll show through. Because this, everything I'm putting in here is black, it's just at a lower opacity.
Hey, Koeth, do you want something to bully me over? This entire hour that Dice has been drawing faces and adding in hues and tonal differences, I've been painting the color black. That is all I've done for the past 58 minutes.
He's painting miniatures.
And it's not even like, you know, oh, I'm painting black on like a space marine. No, I'm painting piles of trash. Just black. Not even a very good black either.
I don't think I have. Okay, well, I was gonna say I don't have like this guy's sword
Said,
colored yet, but
I can't bully you for that.
it's the
Enjoy
same
your
color
hobby,
as
homie.
other things on him, so we'll just work with that.
I'm not enjoying it because this is a chore. It's not even mine. This is my friend's stuff. I'm painting it for him. Because, like, I've had it in my home for, like, a year. Because I haven't been able to paint it. I don't play orcs.
Excuse us for not knowing your Warhammer preferences.
To be fair, though, painting orcs, like the actual orcs themselves, the skin, and, like, the eyes and teeth and stuff, very fun. Orcs are fun. They're fun little guys, same with the goblins.
Everything in Warhammer just kind of seems like reskinned orcs to me.
I mean, to be fair, in 40k they kind of are. Like,
Said,
basically
you don't play
everything in
orcs?
40k is like, hey, what if the entire race had a pirate faction that was like at least a quarter of that race? It's like, yeah, I dig it. And it's in space. Fair enough. No, I play Chaos. Because I'm a degenerate.
Living down to expectations there.
Yeah. I play Skaven in Old World though, because funny.
The Patron faction.
No. I mean, listen, you don't play Skaven because you think, like, oh, rat people are cute and fun, and, you know, that's my furry wife. You play Skaven because they're horrible assholes. Like,
Kohate. Said,
yeah.
I'm shocked, but I know
What do you mean
nothing
you're
about tabletop.
shocked? You've seen my art for it. Of course I play the faction with the big booba demons. Duh.
I would not know that they have big booba demons in that faction.
They used to have more back in the day.
Oh, okay.
They've toned down the booba to make it 50%.
They've made it more for modern audiences, is what you're saying.
No, they just don't really do stuff with Slanesh too much because it's hard to sell sex, drugs, and rock and roll as a faction to kids.
Kohate. Said, not by our standards.
Like,
Nice.
it's still kind of grotesque, but they've been leaning more into like gluttony and greed recently. You know, narcissism.
Ew.
It's good, but I mean, I like body horror, so I think that's neat, and they're kind of lacking in it at the moment.
Body horror can be neat, but
Alright, I should specify. I like overly like. Well, how do I put it? God, how do I put this in a way that's not disgusting?
that doesn't sound awful.
Yeah, I like my fantasy horror to have lots of like raw body horror, like misplaced organs and things like that. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know, something you'd see out of Berserk. It's hard to think of the actual like
Kohate.
term that I'm thinking
Said,
of it.
you can't sanitize it. Just go all in.
Yeah, have you ever seen Kingdom Death Monster? There's some cool minis.
I have not.
Just, a lot of naughty bits on them, and it's very gross, and I dig it. It's pretty metal. Well, it's not metal, it's more like slag. I think it's cool. Definitely not for everyone, and I understand it's very unmarketable. But it's what I want, and I'm willing to pay a lot of money for that in my hobby, personally.
And that's what matters. See if they ever get bought by some ESG investor. You're gonna lose all that.
What do you mean, if? That
Oh.
implies they haven't already been.
They have been?
Oh, yeah, the Games Workshop's,
Oh,
They're
this is
still a
Games Workshop.
public
I thought they were a different one.
company. No. Oh, Kingdom Death? No, Kingdom Death is, I think it's like 5 people or some.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Obviously,
It's run by, like, one dude. It's extremely boutique as well. Like, man, getting a single mini over here for Kingdom Death, because of, like, pinups, is, like, $100 without shipping.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, like, this small, like, 40mm tall thing. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of money. It's cool, though.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you're doing more independent stuff, you have to really put effort into it in a way that the other guys don't, because you just can't match them on like a scale type of degree.
I actually think I have some of my finished ones here.
And that's one of the things I'm thinking about with this little comic I'm doing. It's like, I wanted this to be like a more quick and dirty kind of thing, but the more I'm into it, the more I'm like, you know what? The story I'm putting together and the little things I'm showing off aren't really that great on their own, so I'd better like double down on making the art look good.
Yeah, it's really hard to get art to a satisfactory level, isn't it? You know what they say, you are your worst critic. Because every time I go back to my big project, it's like, yes, I need to draw. That's my next big step. I need to draw a lot. And, oh boy, I don't like drawing. Like, I gotta be in the mood for it. And, like, if I'm in the mood, I can spend, like, 3 whole days no sleep drawing. And it's great.
Drawing is like kind of scary sometimes. Like you go into it with a blank canvas and you're like, oh man, I have to make everything. I don't have any guides to work off of right here. I just have to draw it and hope it comes out okay. But after you go at it for a while, it's like, okay, this feels better.
Yeah, it just reminds me that like I haven't done like a lot of fundamentals practice since high school. And it's like I really should do like the basics again. But then it's like I don't want to learn. You know, like light and value is extremely important and valuable, and I have very little grasp on it. And it's something that I absolutely need to study. But man, do I hate study. Even if it's things I like.
I would say trying to learn things in detail is a lot easier if you're doing it with something you like want to make. If you're just like doing studies of freaking like pose models or something, then it's gonna be boring. But if you're drawing characters that you actually care about in those poses instead of the models, then it's a little better.
Yeah, the annoying thing is also, like, I have a particular style in my head that I want to achieve. The problem is I can't do it.
Oh, I've been there, yeah.
And it's not someone else's style. This is something that, like, this feels unique to me. And despite that, it is something I cannot manifest.
A lot of things just seem better before you put them on paper.
The mind is a trap. Brain is wrong. It lies to me sweet nothings.
Yes.
It tells me all of the things I can be, but it turns out I am none.
That's something that this bugs me sometimes, but you see these posts where like, oh, how much detail can you see this apple in your mind? And everybody's like, oh, I can see it in so much detail. And I'm like, draw it then. If you can
Depends
see
on
it
the
in
day
that
to
much
me.
detail in your mind, then you can draw it. Because art is most,
'cause,
it's,
like-
it's not about how you use your hands, it's about how you perceive detail.
Yeah, like, just think, like, how many people's faces do you recognize, and how detailed are each of those faces? Because for me, there are some people's faces that I can, like, I can imagine the pores on their skin, and there's others where it's just, like, basically a smiley face. And these are people I've known for years.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like, that same person, I might know something very detailed about their physical appearance that isn't their face. Like, I might know the exact texture and, like, feel of their hair, visually. While as other people are just like, oh, they have hair. I ain't ever got, I think I actually did that in
What?
school. The apple thing.
The Apple thing.
I'm fairly certain we did that, yeah, during my, my art school training. Guys, sounds so pretentious, but I did technically go to art school. Ugh.
I also technically went to art school, I just didn't finish it.
But I'm so shite at it.
No, I often like to say I learned more about art from YouTube than I learned from college. I need to pull up another one just to see how I used to do the shadows and stuff. Huh, that's weird. Okay, I think I see what I did here. Alright, I think I figured it out. No clipping mask. 30% opacity. Actually, let's go lower for this one. 25.
Hey, Dice Bag.
Huh?
What version of Clip Studio Paint are you using?
I don't know, man. Why are you asking?
It's because I'm using one that has a feature that doesn't have a feature that you might have. I don't remember what it does, but I remember Koheth yelling at me that I wasn't doing something, and it's like, oh, it's because I literally can't.
Now, have you seen what Adobe's been up to recently?
No, do tell.
They've got like new terms of service, and right there should clue you into where this is going. Guess what the new terms of service do?
I don't know, but I sure miss when I bought a product, it being, you know, a product that I had my, you know, legal rights to.
Yeah. So the new TOS for Adobe products basically makes it so they are able to access all your art that you're working on, all your projects, for moderation purposes, and also there's like some kind of language about ownership in there. So basically, they're just saying like we control everything that you make on our stuff.
To be fair, that's kind of been their position for a while. Well, hello, Rain.
Rain?
Yeah,
Raining over there?
it's been raining a lot,
Ah,
which is good because it was quite dry for a while. It do be that season for us. Good old monsoon season.
so yeah, people have been up in arms about that.
I mean, to be fair, Adobe's kind of had that stance for like a decade now. They've just been a bit more subtle with it. Like every corporation that produces anything really wants you to just accept the fact that whatever you do with their platform,
Said, the
it's
idea
now
that
theirs.
a company should moderate the content on your
100%.
computer that
You
just
don't know
belongs
that.
to you is the
So-
wildest thing I've read
Yeah,
in a
dude.
while.
I put my labor into it. Thank you very much.
Kohei.
Yeah. Does
yeah,
Adobe want to see what
Adobe
you're
has been
doing on their
garbage for ages.
software? Like, let's be honest.
Would Adobe even have a problem with it, really?
Not if I was running Adobe, they wouldn't.
And I love dramatic lighting. It makes anything look good. Is this not true?
The color grading on the Twitch stream and the Discord stream are different,
Kohei.
but it's extremely
said,
subtle, and I'm
They
noticing.
tell me my work was too small, disappointed face.
It's like Twitch is slightly more yellow, or Discord's slightly more pink. But it's so subtle. What do you mean by too small? Elaborate on this.
Probably means he's not a big fish. Or, I guess in the context of his heart, they're telling him to make it bigger. Which I'm sure Kohet would accommodate.
Yeah, I don't. Oh no, the oppressive boot of making my inflation art even bigger.
Said no hyper artist ever.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if the Wonder Bread guy was gonna get upset that Wonder
Kohei
Bread had like another
said,
spot on their
LMAO.
packaging. That's how we know we're all failures as artists. None of us have been commissioned by the Wonder Bread guy.
Wonder Bread guy? I'm not familiar
Yeah.
with Wonder Bread guy lore.
Oh, don't worry about it then. That is for another time.
Okay. Is he like Mr. Business?
Yeah, kinda. I think, yeah.
Kohei. Said, send
No,
him
I'm
the
not
link,
sending
Dale.
him the link to the deep dive video that's like 3 hours long of the Wonder Bread guy. He can find that on his own time if he wishes, which he won't.
Surely-
He's got the Magment page to update.
Surely I could just search Wonder Bread guy and whatever you're talking about is gonna come up.
Yeah, but why would you do that?
I don't know, I do have better things to do.
Exactly.
Kohei. Said,
Prove to
You
us
can.
that you are better.
I don't know if I'd be able to prove that. Like you guys think that.
Hey,
That's because
Ken,
you
it's
don't
called
see the
update
alt
the
account.
Creatures Codex to have Magmant already.
Kohate said, I
And you know
recommend
what?
it. It's perfect second
be
monitor
fair,
listening.
I would know. But you gave me the most cryptic hint ever, and I still can't figure it out. Oh, look, a Magic the Gathering card. That helps me.
To be fair, Magic the Gathering hasn't really been relevant in my art for a while.
God, I wish Magic the Gathering wasn't relevant. Speaking of, have you seen the Hatsune Miku Magic the Gathering stuff?
I think we brought that up the last time or the time before that.
So you know that I think it's fucking god-awful.
I mean, to be
I don't
honest,
even... Am I supposed to be able to use this many F words on Twitch? I actually don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah. I can say it's a cultural thing, right?
Sure.
But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Hatsune Miku collaboration with Magic the Gathering. I am, however, a big fan
reason?
of. Oh, I think the art's just not appropriate. Like, it's not bad art necessarily, even the ones I dislike. Like, I've talked about it with some friends, and the ones I really don't like, they like a lot, and it's like, yeah, fair enough. But it's just, it doesn't feel like a Magic the Gathering. It feels like, you know those fan photoshops that people would make of, like,
Yeah.
anime insert characters, or like, you know, like, especially those, like, full art Pokemon cards?
Yeah.
Where it's like, be a bit of a risque lady on it. Or like fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's what it feels like. Like, it doesn't look like it matches the aesthetic of the card game format that Magic the Gathering has, in a way that, like, the Warhammer and the Lord of the Rings, as awful as those are, did. Like, they still respected the art style of, like, the way Magic, not the art style, but the way Magic does art direction. Well, modern Magic the Gathering does, anyways.
Yeah, I have not respected Magic the Gathering in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
And I used to be a big Magic
Wizards of the
Sims.
Coast. Yeah. Gotta love how Wizards of the Coast is eating its own foot again.
They have to. They're like the only thing in Hasbro that makes money. So they're the cash cow that gets milked.
So they have to do all of the things that make the least amount of sense for money reasons.
Yes.
Like, have you seen what they've been doing with D&D Beyond?
Not recently.
So I think it's old news now, but so whoever's in charge at the moment doesn't like D&D Beyond, and has expressly stated that they want to get rid of it. And so their first step in that is the way D&D Beyond worked is you could, like, buy single parts of expansions. Like, I just want to buy this one subclass. I can do that for $1.30 Australian. Right? Pretty cool, honestly. You get the digital rules for it. It's in your inventory. You make a digital character sheet, and you can print it out, and it has that stuff written in it. Kinda neat. It's like a pick and choose expansion pack DLC kind of thingy.
It's like
makes sense for a digital format. Yeah. You can't do that anymore. Now you have to buy the whole, like, for my country anyway, $90 book.
Damn.
Which, and yeah, the PDFs are not that much cheaper than the official prints.
Oh, that's something that grinds my gears. How?
And not only that, but like some of these are like, you only want one thing from this book. Like, there's a book called Tasha's Cauldron, and it's got like 5 good things in it, and the rest are garbage. It's like, now I'd have to buy this entire book of things that I do not care for. Oh, I'd say that, but I don't play 5th edition that much anymore, so... And I've got to be honest, if I do, I'm gonna pirate the books anyways, because I'm not giving them money. They don't deserve it.
Sound policy.
I only want, like...
Wizards of the Coast
Well, that's
products.
the thing. Well, that's the thing is, I would give them money if I had the option to just buy the bits that I wanted. However, they're trying not to do that anymore. And it's really weird, because D&D Beyond... They're trying to launch the next D&D with edition with a digital tabletop
Mhm.
simulator that was designed specifically to be integrated with D&D Beyond. And they're trying to get rid of D&D Beyond now that they own it. I don't get it. It's like, if they want D&D's next edition, you know, D&D 1 or whatever they're calling this stupid name, it's 5.5, right? Whatever they're doing with 5.5, it clearly is a digital version. So why would you make it the least consumer friendly in a digital format?
Yeah.
Especially when 5th edition's losing a lot of steam over the past couple years. Because a lot of 5th edition's fame comes from Critical Role, and they're making their own system. Like, a lot of people are probably going to switch to that. I'm not, because that's cringe.
Celebrities playing tabletop games is kind of a cringe idea to begin with.
To be fair, I just hate how Matt Mercer has way more, like, you can tell he's a really talented voice actor when he plays D&D, and then you listen to him do voice acting in, like, anime, and it's like, this is just Matt Mercer being...
Twitch do have awful normal emotes. And they're so hard to find any good ones. But hey, I think we're back on. Kohet, if you can hear us, say so.
I think that would require Kohet's internet connection to be stable enough to hear anything.
Kohate said, I hear you loud and clear.
Good point. Oh, he hears us. Alright, we're back. Hey everybody, this is Dicebag, blah 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 blah. I have work to do, let's not do all that. I thought I might be able to get these last few pages done this time. So hopefully I can stick to it.
I am done painting black. For now. I hope.
You hope?
Yeah, I hope. Ugh.
I hope you're right too.
This would have been easier if I owned an airbrush. I mean, I used to, but it broke. So, and it wasn't even a good one. It was a very cheap, like AliExpress one.
Ah, yeah, the best kind, cheap kind.
It lasted a long time, and put up with quite a bit of abuse for something that only cost me like $15 US. I'm quite impressed by it, even if it was absolutely garbage.
Even if it's Chinesium.
I mean, in this country, most things are. And you know what? To be fair, when it comes to Warhammer, I play Skaven, and half of the things that I like in Skaven are like the monsters, and they don't exist anymore, so they have to be Chinesium
I see.
because the UK company won't just make the things they keep talking and promoting about. I don't know why. They're stupid.
They stupid.
Why is there in my Twitch recommendations a VR chat furry? Like, how does this link up to anything I've watched on Twitch? I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but this is literally nothing to do with anything I watch on Twitch.
Well, they don't have much to go on, apparently. Oh, the, what do you call that? The Twitter algorithm that does all the whatchamacallit posts, the trending stuff for each user.
Oh my god.
Started feeding me some kind of furry topic this week. I was like, what does this have to do with me?
My current Twitter is one that I only have for like specifically to get like art references from artists I like that are on nowhere else.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be for other things, but now it's for the other things and that now. So it's kind of devolving into my actual old Twitter.
That's between you and God, Dale.
My goodness, it's funny seeing the amount of anime stuff that I'm following and like medieval armor and stuff like that, and then just yes, what is Clive Palmer doing today? It's like, huh? What's going on in the tennis today? What? What does this have to do with anything I've shown interest in? This has nothing to do with it. Yes, sure, politicians and sport. That's totally what's going on. That's, yep, 100% interested in those. Yeah, well, God needs to stop using these AI-generated algorithms and start actually paying attention to his people. Like, I may be a little lost lamb of God, but that's because God just won't find me. Clearly, you're not looking hard enough. I have a dumb question.
Yes.
What kind of flavor is umami?
I don't know.
Because I hear that a lot in like whenever I like watch food stuff on the internet or like TV.
I'm pretty sure umami is like the flavor that was manufactured. Like it doesn't actually exist normally. You have to make something that's umami.
I thought it just meant tasty for the longest time.
That's kind of how some people use it. It seems.
Because like I know what salty is, I know what savory is, I know what sweet is. I know, like, I don't know what umami is. Like at all. Go ahead, you know these things. What does it mean? How do you describe umami as a taste without using other actual tastes? Like you can't use sweet, you can't use bold, salty, you can't use bitter. Because apparently it's a unique thing.
Kohate said, it's savory and earthy, like a raw mushroom.
Savory and earthy. That still uses savory.
Yeah, to be fair, he might not have. Yeah, he might not have heard that bit when he was typing it. I wouldn't. Yeah, because I wouldn't. I would not call mushrooms savory. But earthy, sure. Oh my goodness, that actually reminds me. There were these like vegan snacks that I had once, right? And hang on, don't knock it. They tend to be pretty okay. I just hate that they lie to me whenever they say they're vegan chicken nuggets. It's like, no, your processed plant materials. It's tasty, but it's not chicken nuggets. Do not lie to my face.
Some kind of nuggets.
And, even though that's generous. No, but like it was like air dried crisps that were mushroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then covered in like a salty powder and stuff. And the first time I had it, oh my goodness, I loved it.
Said, like the flavor of eating raw coriander. Aerated dirt.
Aerated dirt?
I didn't. Coriander.
Said, my delay is insane right now.
You are forgiven, Cohead.
Hang on. I'm actually having a stupid moment. Coriander? What is that?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I've heard of it before.
I feel like I know what it is, but I don't know.
Cohead is too food cultured.
Oh, okay. So either that is misspelt, or that's an alternate spelling that I'm unaware of coriander. Also known as cilantro. I thought they were different things, but okay. Aerated dirt. Like, I like mushrooms, I'm gonna be honest.
Do you want to eat the bugs, or do you want to eat the dirt?
Describing anything as aerated dirt as a flavor, it's like, I've eaten quite a bit of dirt. I'm an easy to push over guy. As a kid, I face planted many a times. At least the dirt that I've tasted, which is a few varieties here in Australia from different states, not a big fan. I wouldn't call it particularly enticing. However, these vegan snacks I was on about, man, I gobbled them up. I thought they were amazing. And then I bought a second packet like a month later, and they were trash. And I don't know why they were like the coolest thing, the tastiest thing on the planet to me at the time. And then the just most, just lamest thing on the planet the next.
You just hit your taste buds cycle at the exact right time.
Yeah, apparently. And it makes me wonder, it's like, if I buy it a third time and try it, what new reaction will happen? Like, is it gonna be like that gum in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where it's like changes flavor every time you chew it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you describe the taste of dirt as good. Like, I get earthy, but dirt, that's different. Dirt isn't just earthy.
Yeah. Aerated dirt in a good way. I don't know how that works. To be fair, I've never eaten aerated dirt.
Put dirt and air in the Minecraft crafting table, would that make umami? Asking for a friend.
I think you need a mod for that.
What I need is paint this tiny little goblin. Hell yeah! Where is he going? Fuck. I missed some spots where I was supposed to paint black.
Gotta go back to the black painting now.
Oh, you know what the song says? You see a red door.
Say what?
Paint it black.
I'm not familiar with.
Oh my goodness.
Kobe,
The song Paint It
if
Black.
the FLA or of umami was easy to
Yeah.
describe, we
Wait,
wouldn't
it's
be
actually
here
what
right
it's
now.
called.
You've gotta trust me on this one.
I don't trust you on anything, Cohen. I thought so. It's a song by the Rolling Stones.
No wonder I don't know it.
But aren't you like an old man? Shouldn't you know these things?
I'm like a millennial, man. You want to go back that old? That's like my sister.
Yeah.
Borderline
And I
Gen
know
Z
what it
or not Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z. No, Gen X.
Yeah, X. That's before millennial. Because millennial would be. I think millennial and Y are technically different.
I don't think so.
These like generation titles are weird because like a generation's only like 20 years, but we treat it like it's way more than that because it's like lots of people between those 20 years. It's like, yeah, that could be like 100 years effectively.
It's also like they pick an arbitrary time for them to start and end.
I think the idea is more like it's trying to be like a societal trends.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it doesn't really apply to, well, anyone. Really. Because I'm a Zoomer, but like, I'm also like a very old Zoomer. Like the start of the Zoomers. And then like, there are people
Patient
like, no,
zero
you're a millennial.
Zoomer.
It's like, no. No, the things that everyone like ascribes to millennials is very much a couple years ahead of me, older than me. Because like, yeah, they're not really good categories is my point.
I mean, for a long time, millennials didn't even want to be called millennials.
Yeah, but I think it's because it sounds kind of lame.
Well, it's also
so
like
does
a lot of
Zoomer.
bad behavior was being ascribed to millennials.
Yeah, but every generation does that to the youngest one. That's
Yeah, but even millennials
case.
were like, ew, I hate these millennials. And then they got, you are a millennial. So we hate ourselves generally. We hate our own generation. I do hate millennials. Millennials suck. Actually, all generations suck. I hate them all.
yeah, people are cringe. Millennials are the umami of generations.
I don't even know what that means. Am I supposed to be offended? Kohet, should I be offended at being umami?
You're asking the person who downed like an entire couple of gallons of Tang about taste. My guy.
Well, he did throw up after that, so...
I think that's just the body reflexively going like, yo, don't poison yourself, dog. Not this quickly, at least.
I'm just saying, I don't
Alright.
think he was doing it for the taste.
I don't know, he strikes me as the kind. Alright, we're gonna paint this goblin.
Kohate said, nah, umami is p good.
Alright, well I'm gonna be offended anyways because umami sounds awful.
It is a kind of a silly name, isn't it? Umami.
I believe a Japanese person discovered it.
Yeah, well, I mean, umami got him.
You mommy so fat.
That made me cackle. I've been muted, but I had like this very little laugh for that. It's very, very cringe.
Umami's so dumb when it gets cold inside, she closed the window.
See, now I'm laughing at myself for laughing at that because that was so stupid.
You probably
Is that
haven't.
YouTube channel still existing? Do
Oh,
they
you
still
have seen it,
exist?
huh? I don't know.
God, I was in high school when that was popular, like early high school,
I love those stupid
and
Yo Mama jokes.
I loved it. I think it was something about the art style in particular, and the dude sounded like Kronk.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I dig. That's just
And just how
that tickled
awful
me
the
right.
jokes were. And they just keep acting like they're spitting absolute fire when it's the worst jokes you could imagine.
I got the pacing for it was pretty like that was something that I think like I didn't realize that I liked ironically. It's like the pacing of like they're aware that it was awful and that they couldn't salvage any of the jokes and they just kept making them worse.
I like. There's like a difference between the way Batman and Superman make the jokes too. Like Batman would just go on with a really long setup with a terrible payoff, and then Superman would just come back with absolute nonsense with perfect confidence.
Speaking of nonsense, have you know what your favorite Martian is, right?
Yeah, it's an old show, right? Or is that my favorite Marsher? Oh, this is a band, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, they did actually have a show. Yeah, they had a bit of a. They tried to do like unironic comedy music, and it was extremely cringe. And they had like love songs as well, where like Superman was the animated portion of the video, but like the song was like a really awkward like mental breakdown over a breakup. Actually, it wasn't even a breakup, it was just jealousy. And yeah, but funny thing is they come back to the internet. Ray William Johnson won't leave the internet for some reason. It turns out they've actually produced a couple of good stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, I think some of them are unironically pretty good. Which is... God, it feels wrong to say that. It's like back in the day, it's like, oh yeah, Orphan Tears, funny video, right? But but it was a pretty good song. But it
I'll be
was very
honest,
silly. And
I
then
think
it's like,
some of
they
my
come back
fun I
with
wrote
Orphan
Hold
Tears
on,
2,
hold on.
and Orphan Tears 2 is shit.
Brave crashed on me, and I had to restore all the pages, and they all popped up at once and started playing back. We're good now, we're good now. I was hearing double.
That's right, I think my heart's giving out on me. Ooh, that ramen hitting me real weird. This is what umami does to a mouth.
I don't think ramen is umami. This is
I don't know
Japanese
if anything
though,
is
so
umami.
it's I guess it makes sense.
Look at that little goblin in his little hidey hole with his giant neck. His big nose sticking out. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Don't have to be so anti-Semitic.
Okay, to be fair, this one goblin kind of does look like the Happy Merchant meme. This is an old model.
You don't think
Stomper
they
is
do
a
that
very
now?
old model. Well, I mean, the kit that I'm currently painting is like probably as old as you are.
Ancient.
It's much. Yeah. God, when did the Stomper come out?
Oh yeah, you're talking about some comedy band. That reminded me. This week, or actually last week, I think.
It was last week for me, at least.
Time Traveler. But I found this band that was like just some like symphonic goth metal band. And I was like, okay, let's give this a try. And I put it on loop for a while I was working. And like the next day, I put it on again, and I actually like looked at the lyrics, and it's literally just a bunch of toilet humor. Like they've got songs about testicular torsion.
Hell yeah, that's the meme right now, isn't it?
Testicular torsion and constipation.
I cast testicular torsion.
I looked up the band's page because like something was funky about it, and turns out it's like partially made by AI. Like the page says it's written by a human, but performed some of the performance is AI. I assume that the singers are all AI because little graphics they used in their YouTube upload look like AI. In fact, I'm just completely sure of it. The people that show up in the images are not consistent.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I found that interesting. And they actually sound good, which makes it even better.
I have some friends, and they are playing Open TTD at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Why?
Open what?
Transport Tycoon dev.
Oh. Okay.
Like, yes, you gotta make the oil fields go to the farms via train and truck at 10 o'clock in the morning.
This is the discussion that's happening.
No, that's it. I'm done with that.
I gotta make this look like actual chainmail at some point.
God, isn't chainmail so fun to paint?
Oh, I love painting chainmail. I love trying to
love drawing chainmail.
do the absolute minimum to try and get the effect to make it look right without
Yeah.
actually like doing the work.
Like, I know a lot, like, I've got friends who just use, like, reset brushes for, like, braids and chainmail and ropes and things. Personally, I feel like that's lame, but I also don't blame them.
Yeah. I don't like the way that looks when I've tried it.
Yeah.
It's like it's a completely different art style than the rest of the drawing whenever I try that.
Yeah, and, like, they don't all line up properly all the time. Personally, I just do the whole, like, Warhammer, like, the old school, like, when you're making scale models out of clay. Just, you got, like, C's going in one direction, and then C's going in the other direction that are kind of linked together. And then you just put, like, shine on it, you know, like, you add value and color to it, and that kind of hides the mistakes, and it reads like chainmail even if it's imperfect.
Yeah. You gotta make your abstractions. I wonder how, like, professional fantasy artists actually do that. They must use, like, some kind of brush or something, because there ain't no way they just paint it all on.
They'd be a lot cooler if they did.
Or if they're just that good that they don't have to do a whole lot to make it read like chainmail.
You know, personally, I'm a big fan of calling it just mail with like 2 L's and an E because I'm weird like that.
Well, normal people hear that and think mail as in the thing in your mailbox.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Kohei
sure.
said,
But
what
when
I've had the
talking about
misfortune of
a
learning is
historical
that most
piece
pros
of
literally
art
just
or
paint it
literature
all.
and stuff, it is kind of important to use historical terms as intended.
Nah.
Plus, yeah, like I'm the loser who in my fantasy settings says like yes, man, as in the race of man, not gendered.
Well, I mean, that's kind of based.
Yeah, like yeah, Worman and Whiffman, there's some genders for you. Like there's no such thing as a man or a woman elf. Like no, they have different terms for those.
Okay, now you're getting pretentious.
Yeah, I don't force anyone else to use it in like my RPGs and stuff, but it's something I stick to as the storyteller. Like if
What
they,
do you call man
for
and
example,
woman elf?
I haven't come up with the terms for it yet personally, but that's because that requires me to write a language. And I've tried. It is not easy, and it's cool, but I'd have to dedicate like a month to get something barely coherent. Conlanging is hard.
And all the vocabulary, you have to make up a word for everything.
Well, yeah, and especially since like basically no one but me will use it,
Yeah.
so it's like, oh well, do I really need to? Like, it's not my hobby. Unlike like Tolkien's hobby was writing languages, and then he wrote Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and stuff while writing them. So it's like they just kind of naturally flowed together like that. That's not me. Because let's be honest, there will never be another Tolkien.
He was pretty unique.
Yeah, man. What do you think his opinion would be on the Rings of Power?
I don't know, he seems like he'd be very micromanagey about things like that.
If I remember correctly, I think he was pretty off-put by the idea of films when they were first in their infancy to begin with. Like, as a concept. To be fair, moving pictures is kind of spooky.
Kohate said, there will probably be another Tolkien TBH, just give it a few decades.
No, I don't think there will be another Tolkien. I think there'll be similar things, but like, I mean, like, in the exact same kind of influence and dedication to the craft. I think that is a one in a lifetime kind of thing.
I think it's mostly like his
unique personal experiences mixed with his religious view and how that worked with his writing and his own struggles. That you may get something similar or someone as talented, but you won't get the same end product, is what I mean.
Yeah, it's like his specific skill set is probably not something that's going to be replicated at the level that he had it. Being like a linguist and a world builder and a writer and all that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know.
I'm trying, but I'm not a linguist. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, like, I think language is extremely interesting. However, I struggle to learn language. Like,
Yeah,
I
same.
barely speak English, as we are very familiar with. So learning other languages, not exactly easy.
I just have trouble keeping up with it. Also, I have a theory that it's difficult for English speakers to learn other languages because our language is
It's
already
like four languages mashed together,
that, and it also has like the biggest vocabulary in the world.
and it uses an alphabet that is not designed for it. Yeah, like, unironically, man, our butchered Latin alphabet is not correct for this language. Like, it's one of those things where, like, this should get a change to be more efficient, but no one's going to do that because that requires effort and, changing the way culture and society works over language quickly, which that's never works. Like, these things happen naturally and slowly, organically.
It's also just like very widespread already and too standardized for that.
Well, you say that, but then, like, I mean, Irish English,
Is that really English?
American
though?
English. Oh, I don't know. Is your English really English? You're not from England.
Ours is the correct English. We stole it from
Oh yeah,
English.
sure. You stole it and then kept the bad parts and didn't accept any of the good.
What's the
Just
good
to
parts?
spite the English.
I don't know which good parts you're referring to from the English.
This really depends, because, well, I'm thinking of rhymes, right? Man, I genuinely hate how some words in certain American accents rhyme, but, like, they don't sound anything alike, even in that accent, but they're supposed to be rhymes. I can't even think of a proper example for it. It's just something that whenever I see it, like, irks me. But then it reminds me of, like, for example, Melbourne. Like, I know that when I say that, everyone hears it as just B-U-R-N, burn.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I am saying the O. Like, I know it's there, and I actually know that I am consciously using it. Even though it doesn't come up for people who don't have a similar accent to me.
You know, I feel the same about the theirs. You know what I mean?
I think I do.
Like, you've got there, as in over there. You've got there, as in there, like this. And what's the other one? I forget how it's...
Ownership. Theirs, it belongs to them.
There's the
Oh,
EI
theirs.
one, there.
Yeah. That's it.
Like, I'm literally blanking on how that's used right now.
Yeah, it's yeah, ownership.
That's
pronoun.
ownership, right.
Yeah, third person.
Yeah, their armor.
Imperfect pronoun.
And, like, it might not be obvious to people, but I feel like I slightly pronounce them differently.
Yeah. And then you get other words, like, I say grass and grass interchangeably depending on the rest of the sentence. Like, I'm not consistent with it. Like, how I pronounce grass.
I just
There's a few
tried
words
to
that I'm like that with.
I just tried to paint chainmail on his Gambison.
Yeah, I noticed that. I saw how quickly you went, nope. Wrong thing.
I'm looking for things to do. I need to actually move on. This is the hard part, like remembering when I'm actually done with a thing. Where the hell are her eyes at? Oh, they're on the shading layer. That's not correct. Does anybody else have their eyes in the shadows? They all have their eyes in the shadows. We need to change that because we need to actually put shadows on the eyes. All right. Wait, what does this guy's eyes look like? Okay, they're like hollowed out.
Right, we're making the exciting leap from the color black to a very fantastic, totally vibrant shade. We're going to brown.
Brown! Just like the color I'm using. All of these characters have like white in the pupils.
You know, speaking of the color brown, I was a big boy and decided to do some line art for something that I've not drawn in a couple of years, and I decided I'd pick a color that wasn't black. So I picked a dark brown, and yeah, it looks fine. I mean, I never hated black. I mean, I like black line art. I think it's nice and clean, but it probably would have been a bit too harsh for the idea that I have for the coloration of the piece going forwards anyways. Because it's a lot of like soft tones, so a dark but not a very dark brown kind of suits. Keeps it warm without it coming off as cold instead.
You know, I think I've actually come to actively dislike black line art. Something about it just seems dirty to me.
Kohei said, not like this.
Go ahead, destroyed.
Why? What have you done to upset the poor man?
I think my comments about black line art. Mostly, though, I find it, I don't like it in, like, the comic book style. I guess that's where I've been seeing it most. Because here's my gripe with, like, comic book styles, is that they do, like, really detailed black and white line art with, like, all the rendering and the cross-hatching, and it's, like, super detailed and looks really nice in black and white. And then they go in and a painter goes in and, like, renders it all again. Yeah.
And it's all in like vibrant hues.
It's all really vibrant, but then you got the line art that's just black and really detailed on top of it, and it's, I just don't like the way it looks.
Oh my god, that kind of reminds. So, there's one of the benefits in my opinion, of manga is that almost all of colored manga is not very good usually, like official colors as well as fan colors, but like I really like that a lot of the detail is into value and shape rather than vibrant colors, because comic book artists, they do all their stuff in value as well and have very detailed pictures, and then it gets redone for the color.
Yeah.
But that reminded me, one of my favorite manga that I was reading has the characters' hair for the protagonists, one of them has dark hair and the other one has a very pale tone in the black and white monochrome. The official coloration of their hair, the pale hair tone, she's actually a deep brown brunette.
Oh.
Like chocolatey colored. And the dude who has like black hair has like green hair, and I hate it. It's awful. They're not the colors that I imagine. Like, none of the official hair colors and the colors they used in the anime adaptation are anything similar to what I would have guessed with the way that, like, the way the artist rendered the black and white.
Yeah,
the gray tones.
They really got to establish the coloring of the characters early on with manga.
Well, not only that, but like, none of the characters, like even side characters or like secondary characters, none of their hair colors are what I would expect based on the art. And it irks me so much, because like, man, I really like this. I want to get official merch of this manga. No, I don't. It's god awful. I hate their hair colors.
That's happened a lot with anime adaptations.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm like, I hate all of these fancy colors. Just give me natural hair tones. Natural hair is nice. There's nothing wrong with it. You can make it unique too, without it being like absurd shapes or vibrant colors. There are more ways to do hair.
Kohei
I like
said,
how
I've been trying
Pokemon
to figure out
will...
how to express this, but in manga a lot of the time the value corresponds to both value and slash or hue, and they're not connected at all. Looks good though.
Okay, Geronimo's done. What was I saying?
Something about Pokemon.
Oh yeah, Pokemon. I like the way, like, they will have like very stylized hairstyles, but you can kind of tell what it refers to in like a realistic way.
Yeah, they're stylized, but they still kind of feel normal.
That's something I really need to get more of in my mimicry of that style. I feel.
I need to stop painting like, not painting, sorry, drawing the like same 3 hairstyles, because they're the ones that I find particularly neat. Like, yeah, I like this kind of haircut. I'll just do variations of it, because it's easy to draw, and I think it's kind of cute.
Anyways, Kohet says, I've been trying to figure out how to express this, but in manga, a lot of the time the value corresponds to both value and or hue, and they're not connected at all. Well, like, the thing is, hue does have value to it. Like, blues are naturally darker than, like, every other color.
I think it's similar to what I was saying. So for me, whenever I read manga, if your character has like a grey tone of hair, I think that's like a dirty blonde or a brown brunette kind of thing. If they have like, you know, white or very pale, then it's like obviously it's one of those kinds. There's a certain shade of grey that I specifically associate with red hair, and I can't tell you what one that is, but I know it when I see it. And then there's black, which obviously corresponds with extremely dark colors, so black and dark browns. And then you see the official colorations, like, yeah, that person with a very dark hair color. Nah, bright pink. Be gone. Official colorations can't hurt me, they're not real.
Headcanon is all that's real.
Yeah. Well, then I guess that's particularly my problem. This is my cross to bears, given that I keep reading rom-com and manga. I should just read, like, shoujo manga like a real man.
Like a
No,
cultured
shonen,
man.
sorry, shonen, that's the one I'm thinking of, not shoujo. I do read shoujo manga, that's the problem. Me and my visual novel cringe.
Visual novels are cringe.
They are. We don't talk about them here at the moment. We're avoiding that topic for now. I wish not to be in trouble.
Now we gotta do the hard part and do the backgrounds. And because of the way I've done the coloring on these things, I have to like select everything in the background so it doesn't overlap with the other stuff, because those are partly transparent.
But you know, there's one thing that I want to eventually do whenever I get actually decent at painting miniatures. It's paint transparent things like wet cloth. God, it looks so gorgeous, but ugh, what a pain. Like cotton and satin that's like drenched so you can see through it, but like it still obscures.
Yeah, that does sound like a pain.
Yeah, but it looks so pretty.
I mean, that's why we do anything in art, right? Isn't it? Because we like the way it looks.
Yeah, I do like pretty things. They're pretty neat. Yeah, I am fueled by the aesthetics.
Trying to paint clouds here. In this art style. Close enough.
Kohate said, "You'll never be up to snuff, you just gotta start now."
Go ahead, drop in artist facts. You'll never be good enough.
I completely misread that because one of those words has has a couple of meanings, and yeah.
What, snuff?
No, I'm not saying which word.
Gotta? Start? Never? I don't know which other
Okay.
ones it would be.
Said, Dale, no.
Look, I'm just saying it's not the road I'm going down. I'm still painting this orc mech.
Feel like I need an even darker section for this one. You know what? I'm gonna cheat and put some line art in here for the sun.
Kohate said, "I always wondered how it was that ancient sculptors could carve translucency into their work. Turns out they were just cracked."
That's another thing I'd like to do at some point is do a painting that has no line art. Just a picture that is all just brush strokes, but no line art.
You know what? It sounds scary at first, but it's actually like... It goes super fast when you get used to it.
Yeah, and... Just using the right shapes and strokes and colors in order to make the outlines and definitive picture. It's neat. It's pretty. I like it. It's cool.
It's Bob Ross is good. Am I done with this picture? I think I might be done with this picture.
Yeah, they're all like the sculptors, Koheth, that are like really detailed cloth that looks like it's actually made of fabric when it's marble. It's like, yeah, some people are just insane.
Like, you have to wonder how many times have they tried to do it and not succeeded. Because usually those skills are built on a lot of practice.
Have you seen the... I think they were Michelangelo's the unfinished statues.
No, I haven't.
It's pretty neat because it's like it shows you like the artist halfway through his like sculpting,
Like his
carving
sculpture
shapes of people
sketchbook?
out of rock. But it's like physical statues,
Uh-huh.
just unfinished.
That sounds awesome. I should look that up. I'd like to see Michelangelo's sculpture sketchbook. Alright, I'm gonna nitpick at one little detail.
Kohate said, wheeling the sculpture up to the Vatican to present the Pope with a WIP.
Oh, do we have some in Discord?
Yeah, I've just sent a link of some of Michelangelo's prisoners.
Kohate said, Michelangelo showing up just like RKGK.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
some of
think
these are
that-
like still embedded in the stone.
Yeah, it's really neat. Like I think that was like also supposed to be like part of like a big like mausoleum thing that just he couldn't finish, and so he downgraded the shit out of it and just went with something extremely minor compared to this grand thing he planned.
And of course he's got like the entire midsection of the body sculpted, but like the genitals are just like still lumpy. It's like Japanese censorship.
Yeah. You know what? He always made small ones. You think he had a fixation, or is it just like the style of the time, maybe?
I don't know, I think he didn't want to like make competition.
You think he'd be threatened by his own statues? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he mostly did the statues for other people, so maybe he thought his clients might be threatened by especially well-developed statues.
I joke because I think the obvious answer is just he just wanted to represent it as matter of the fact and not as a focal point.
Oh yeah, probably. He doesn't exactly like stylize his stuff a lot.
But if I was making those statues,
Yeah. You and Kohet.
they'd be a lot shittier too if I was making them. I'm horrible at sculpting,
I don't think I've really ever done like sculpting
especially
of a person.
subtractive sculpting. Oh my goodness, that's even worse than
Oh,
additive sculpting.
once it's gone, it's gone.
Kohate said, I'll be honest, they're very normal looking. I think they're all very aesthetic.
Beth, when you say that they're very normal looking and you think they're all very aesthetic, do you mean the sculptures in their entirety or just the genets? Because I'm getting mixed messages from your art then.
I'm not sure how aesthetic is just like an adjective is supposed to mean. Like it is aesthetic, but aesthetics are like multiple things. Which aesthetic?
I live for the aesthetic.
Kohate said, both. Maybe y'all were built different
Sharpay
down
from
under.
High School Musical 2 is my aesthetic.
Anyways, starting on the next one here. Oh man, this is gonna be a completely different set of colors here.
You know what actually is my aesthetic? 100% Pavise. Pavise. I love them. They're my favorite shields. I think they're cool as hell. And you know what? I've grown to love thrusting shields as well. They're pretty weird looking, but I think they're cool. Yeah, I used to
Cohen
hate tower shields, but like,
said,
I
100%
100% orange.
juice.
Oh, you know what, dude? That might be a thing we have to play at some point.
What?
That 100% orange juice. Big fan.
Oh. I'm not sure what that is.
It is a very dumb, like mishmash board game of like the developers' anime OCs. And the enemies, like, you fight seagulls and like crab robots. And,
I see.
And you can bully other players. It's pretty fun, but it's so weird. Thanks for reminding me I own that game, Koheth.
Kohate said, it's a board game for people on Fential.
Now he knows
to
what
be
Dale's
fair,
been up to.
to be fair. Problem is, I'm like extremely straight edge. Speaking of board games for people whose demographics I'm not in, another board game that's a digital board game I really like is Armello, even though it's very much a furry game. It's pretty good. You like, but I play the Dragon Clan because lizards are cooler than furries, and one of them is a turtle, and he just bonks things.
You prefer
He
the
gets really-
scalies, huh?
Really good. They're more visually interesting, sure. I like lizardmen and like dragons and stuff, so yeah, sure.
Kohate said, I wish Carmelo played faster and I would love it.
Yeah, no, I get you. It does play kind of slow, and if you like playing with the AI and the AI is fast, they move way too fast for you to actually get any information.
With the AI, is this like a video game board game or what?
Yeah, it is. You can play online or with
Okay,
AI.
I see.
The idea of it is you've got a certain amount of turns in order to meet a victory condition. Usually that victory condition is to slay the king, who's an NPC. But like you may have like alternative win conditions if you don't slay the king. So say, become the most spiritual person in the game, or become the most wealthy.
I see.
And it's pretty cool because it's got elements of Talisman to it.
Have not played.
Talisman is also a game I like, which is now free or digitally. But I hit my toe.
I completely screwed up the line art and just had to fix it all. Pretty sure I did the line art myself on this one. So I can't even blame Patron for that.
Yeah, you can't even blame Patron for it. It's all you. This is a big dice bag L.
Let's see. Okay, next layer. Be looking for problems where there ain't none. Gotta get a move on.
Back on the topic I brought up of the kind of horror I like, I also remembered that another game that has horror similar to that is Silent Hill, and I have decided to find an ISO of that and give the first game a play, because I never played Silent Hill and Resident Evil growing up.
With the body horror kind of stuff.
Yeah, because Silent Hill's got a lot of that, like, fear of sex and sin and childbirth and things like that, which I appreciate that in horror. The grotesque, naturalistic stuff.
Yeah, when it comes to body horror, I'm more like the into like the Eldrazi's from Magic, where they're just like completely alien, but they resemble natural things in some way.
Is that the thing that has, like, the red skin with the cool bone crown?
That might be one of them you're thinking of. They also
How do I
have
spell this word?
the Phyrexians, which are more like, I don't know, zombie mechanical horror stuff. Some of that's kind of cool, but it's a little more gruesome.
Okay, I don't think this is what I was thinking of, but I have seen these things before.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them, and they all look very different. Like so.
Yeah, the problem is, because I don't know Magic the Gathering too much, I'm thinking, like, what are the words to write into Google for this? Hot bone red lady.
Oh no, you're thinking of Elish Norn, which is Phyrexian.
Yeah. I dig that. That's cool. This, like, bone-looking, like, armor suit. And then the rest of the body just, like, raw sinew and blood. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, that's Phyrexian stuff.
Kohate.
Which I wish they revisited
Said,
before they went
Google,
like totally
Please
woke
show
as
me hot
garbage.
bone red lady.
Exactly.
That's a monster girl I like.
Chat GPT, show me hot bone red lady.
Yeah, it probably would, actually. It'd probably get it.
There's not too many other things it could draw from. But yeah, they're Phyrexians from that that era that they first came in were pretty interesting. There is also Sheoldred. Here, I'll show you this one.
Bro, you know I like a good arachne. Hell yeah, dude. No, you should have seen me the other week. I was hanging out with a friend at, like, a kind of like a collectible convention, and there was a Bandai kit for Quelaag from Dark Souls. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty cool. And then I saw the price, like, that's not cool. Because usually Japanese model kits are actually pretty well priced. This one was not. I don't care that it had two characters in it. Like Artorias, that'd be a fun model kit to build. One of my favorite characters. However, I'm not paying $1,200 for a model kit.
Oh, damn.
I was still tempted, but like I'm not doing that.
Okay, I'm having to look up a Roostalk here because I forget what all the values on him are.
Kohate. Said, $1,200 it better
But
come
like, is
pre-assembled.
this one that you can look up on breaches.com?
Good point, Kohet. Look, I have all the images and more. Like right on my hard drive. In a folder that's actually open right meow.
But in due time, I will have access to a lot of those on creatures.com, available to the public.
Yes, indeed.
Also,
Creatures.com.
disagree. Part of the fun of model kits for me is the assembly. I prefer that to like the painting and stuff.
This is why they get away with charging
with Lego.
ridiculous amounts.
Kohate said,
I don't know,
"You
because
I
like
also
there's
have all
some
my
pretty
stuff on my
popular
hard
like
drive,
clickable
but still
ones that
prefer
Bandai
to
have
get it
released
offline."
recently, and you literally just pop them out, push them together, and it's done. You don't have to paint it. You don't have to like trim it or file things, and they're I think they're like $10 for you guys, $10 US. They're like 15 to 20 here, so very cheap, and they're pretty cool.
You know, I was looking up more old music last night from old Amiga games. Like the ones I'm playing right now. The music, not the games. But, I definitely need to, like, bring in more of that music into my playlist. I couldn't find the one I was looking for, though. That annoyed the hell out of me. I could remember the tune, but I could not remember what game it was from. Freaking hear it in my head.
I'm sorry to like have a generational gap here, but like I actually don't know, like I can't name an Amiga game. I know what the Amiga is, but I can't name a game that was, you know, big on the Amiga.
I don't know if any of them were big because like all the ones I played were like bootleg ones. I didn't realize it for a long time, but like
Amiga was long dead before I was a thing, so
Amiga was probably dead before I was alive, but I mean, I grew up with older people, so some of my interests
was Rise from
are
the
even
Grave
before
on
I
Amiga.
was born. Like Masters of the Universe, for example.
oh, Masters of the Universe. Did you watch the Netflix Masters of the Universe?
No.
So I did. As someone who's never watched anything He-Man or Masters of the Universe prior to it, the only thing that was bad about it was like the main character ruining it for everyone else.
I mean, that's pretty
Everything
bad,
else
isn't
around,
it?
like unironically, everything else around it, like the characters and stuff, are like pretty okay. It's just the main character's horrible
said,
and just
"Altered
ruins
beast."
everything. Like, she's like awful to her adoptive father as well. And it's like, this man clearly loves you and is trying his best to do his best by you, and you're just telling him he's an awful person.
Oh yeah, there's no way they did a good take on Tila.
Yeah, like, literally everything but her was okay in the first season, at least.
Let's see.
Like, if you take her out, it's a pretty decent show.
Oh, wait a second. Dingus! Dingus is rating the Rumble stream. Where's my Rumble menu thingamajig?
Oh good, more people to hear my bad takes, let's go.
Yeah! I don't know if anyone's actually here yet. We'll wait until somebody actually chats before I go and greet them. Yeah, I don't know if...
An altered beast, what does that mean?
That's a game. Kohet's talking about a game.
Is it
Oh,
a fighting game?
I don't think so.
Is it a roguelike?
Hello, Dingus Raiders. How's it going, boys? We're still working on the little mini comic I've been doing for a month or two or so or 4. I don't know. I forget. We got Dale here with me tonight.
I'm here to cause problems.
He's here to make me less productive but more entertaining.
That second part is arguable.
Cynthia State, I was in here earlier trying to watch 3 streams. That's suicide, man. I would never. I can barely focus on one stream, man.
Kohate said, yeah, it was on Amiga. I didn't hallucinate it.
Yeah, Kohet, I don't know about Rise from Your Grave, that doesn't ring a bell, but I think I saw Altered Beast on the music compilations that I was looking at. I don't think I played it myself ever. Tomboy Enthusiast says, today I drank 2 teas. One was raspberry, one was peach. I liked them both, but the raspberry one was better. To bring it back to the tea conversation earlier, I guess.
Kohate
How does the
said,
British feel
that
about
was
raspberry
the previous
tea?
Sonic Furry Pipeline game.
The previous Sonic Furry Pipeline game? Okay, I guess... Yeah, I guess Jazz Jackrabbit was after the Amiga, wasn't it?
Daladakarai Pop said, did I perish?
I don't know, are you not in the... It says I am disconnected, what the hell? Okay, that's weird.
Kohate said,
What
LMAO.
happened?
You there, Dale?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, you said something in the chat, and I went to Discord to open it, and it like immediately disconnected me and started reconnecting. I don't know what's going on with my stuff.
Okay, yeah,
today.
personally, I think that was a UN thing because I was
Probably.
like still watching the stream and you weren't here.
Yeah, I just
But I
dripped-
automatically assume it's me.
I just dipped out of Discord, but everything else was fine. I just have like one thing happen wrong at a time. We had the stream cut off. We had my browser crashed. Now Discord is crashing on me. I guess I got too much stuff going on, probably.
You know
Par for
what?
the course for me.
We gotta switch over to the Rumble, signing with our Roblox accounts.
Hey Dingus, we are having a hoot. Let me tell you. Let's see.
I get it.
Dingus is a punny boy. Oh. Whoops.
For the
Okay.
record, my toe still hurts from when I stubbed it.
Good to know, Dale.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry I can't kiss it better.
That's alright, I don't need that. That's a bit much even for me, dog.
Good.
Look, I'm glad that you're happy with how in defeat you are, but I'm chill.
In defeat. I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just making funny jokes. But I guess that is a
Welcome.
feet thing, isn't it? Didn't even register. I'm just too innocent, Dale.
You know, I want to refute that, but unfortunately the only clue I was given was some goddamn Magic the Gathering card. So I'm stumped here.
It's an important Magic the Gathering card. For reference.
Yeah, sure, but like there's like how many Magic the Gathering cards? Like this is not that helpful.
I mean, the title's pretty helpful.
I'm not really. It's like saying, yes, your hint is the color cyan. It's like, shit, thanks.
Oh no, now Rumble is going crazy. Who speaks Chinese? Tomboy enthusiast. And Dingus likes beetles. Okay. I always learn things about you guys when you come in with a raid.
A legitimate question, are dung beetles and scarabs the same type of beetle?
I don't know where types of beetles begin and end. What the hell color are Guildhard's pants? That is the real question. Okay, same color as
does he have
Gambeson.
like a color per day? You know, like there's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday underwears. It's like, yes, you gotta wear the green ones because it's Tuesday.
I don't think so. Tomboy enthusiast feet pics are Instagram exclusive. Well, that's not very good business sense. Wait, does Instagram have a membership feature?
Fairly certain it does, yes. Oh my gosh, when are we doing the creature's feet post?
I'm not even good enough at feet to do that.
Go ahead, get on it.
No! We gotta stay wholesome for the kids.
You do.
Well, I mean, if Cohead or you or whatever wants to draw some feet, then
I suck at drawing feet.
I have the
can't be
no
bothered.
stopping you policy.
I know, and we're going to abuse that. Well, I would if I would actually do anything, but you know, it's the
That's
thought that
true.
counts, right?
Exactly. You're just thinking about defiling my family-friendly product, and that's what counts.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest post I've made in the last like year and a bit is me being like, yeah, the fun thing about headcanon is the fact that it isn't actually canon, and so you can just, you know, do whatever you want. That's why it's interesting, and it'd be a lot less interesting if you made the actual thing your headcanon. Like, I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of...
Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the, you know, the barbarian lady? She
Yeah.
had rock hard abs.
What, the ones I gave her aren't good enough for you?
Nah, more. But that's the thing is, the fun of it is the headcanon of it. It would not be fun if it was just the thing I was saying.
You know what? We do have tomboy appreciators over in the Rumble chat. Let's
That is true. Big shout out to you, my guy.
bring up
Hey, what
Fit
type-
Barbarian Girl.
Hey, no, we gotta
For the chat.
ask. What are the tomboy haircuts? Which ones do and do not count?
Ponytails. All up hair counts as tomboy under the right circumstances. Short hair counts, but it's not as good. Oh, now she's tiny.
It's like short hair is like the archetypical that I think of personally.
Ew.
Like that is a toned tummy, but I would not call that abs.
Yeah, you're right. I thought I gave her more than
There's
that.
some very very athletic like abs though.
I must be thinking of that picture of Kindle I made. Where I spent like the entire time with this picture of SpongeBob licking her abs on stream.
Yeah, that was great. But the fun of it is the fact that it's like, that's in the stream, that's the meme. The actual art doesn't have the SpongeBob on it though.
No, but the time lapse does.
Yeah, I forgot that you shut that. You might want to edit that bit out.
I have already posted the time lapse and I did not do that. Because it covers a pretty significant section of the drawing. And I don't mean physically, I mean time-wise.
Oh yes, a good 40%.
Dingus says tomboy enthusiast is Tom boy enthusiast.
Preacher brother.
And now they're pineapple pizza posting. Very
On which
common of the
side?
Dingus crowd.
What's the argument here?
I think I think tomboy enthusiast is antagonized by the pineapple pizza posts. I see this on Evergrade streams too.
Okay, well, there's a simple solution. There's a thing called flavor profiles when it comes to food, right? So you need to find what suits it.
You need to find what's umami and what's not.
Well, when it comes to pineapple, on like things like pizza and pastries and stuff like that and breads, spicy chicken, and like I don't mean like white boy spicy chicken. I mean like actually spicy chicken.
When it comes to pineapple, spicy chicken.
Yeah, you want some of that spice, and you need to make sure that you actually prepare the pineapple properly. Like you need to get rid of excess moisture, and usually grilled pineapple's pretty good.
Listen to Dale. He doesn't know what umami is, but he's an expert when it comes to making pineapple things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pineapple's pretty big here in Australia. It's like a thing.
I guess so.
Like there was a trend for a while. I mean, I personally think that pineapple on chicken burgers is really good.
Chicken burgers?
Yeah. Deep fried pineapple.
You know what? I tried chicken sandwiches, like, for the first time not that long ago. I was extremely unimpressed.
That's because chicken is unimpressing.
I like chicken by itself, but, like, putting it on bread and
Yeah.
preparing it the way it is, it's like, eh.
Out of all the meat, chicken is like an extremely versatile meat, but like it's kind of it's a generalist meat, you know. Like you can't just really have chicken. You gotta have something with it. You gotta prepare it. You gotta season it in a particular way. Well, it's like you can just have steak. It's a lame steak, sure, but like it's way more flavorful than just chicken on its own.
I don't know. I don't find steak to be all that flavorful myself. Like, I can't eat steak without steak sauce. It just tastes bland to me. Or some kind of seasoning on it.
I mean, when it comes to seasoning a steak, all you really need is like garlic, salt, and pepper. And bam, it's a pretty good steak.
Let's see. Never had a pineapple in my burger before, Dingus says. Sethno State says, you guys don't know how to cook chicken. I get my chicken from Hardee's. And they have pretty
I
good
personally
chicken.
take offense to that because because one, I actually do struggle to cook chicken when it comes to like actually like edibleness. But I'm pretty good at the flavor profiling with it. I like cooking. Yeah. Not exactly something I'm particularly great at, but it's something I enjoy, and I like making chicken pie in particular. So, you know.
I like to heat up meat and add things to it.
Well, I mean that technically is cooking.
That's as far as my cooking goes. And doing things with eggs. I like eggs.
Look, to my point, I'm just saying, there's a reason why everyone, whenever they taste something new, and they have nothing to compare it to, they say tastes like chicken. 'Cause it's like it's the baseline. It's like comparing tastes to water. You know, it's like, oh, it's kind of like water. Actually, that's a bad example, because everyone's like, water doesn't taste like anything, which is a lie. Water has a very unique taste.
Water definitely has a taste, but it also tastes different depending on where you get it from.
Yeah, but so does any liquid.
Well, that's probably because some of it's made of water.
Yeah, well, probably. But like, isn't like almost every liquid that isn't like an acid or an alkaline water?
I mean,
if it's using that logic,
if it's edible, it probably is. At least partially water. Or contains water.
No, let's not get into the is water wet thing again.
I wasn't gonna go there, but
let's go back to the pineapple.
Synthno State says, get some deboned chicken thighs, rub them with stuff like salt, pepper, sage, thyme, and grill it. That sounds like way too many ingredients, man. The more ingredients you add, the more likely I am to dislike one of them.
Personally, I'm more of a fan of like deep fried when it comes to like chicken. I'm thinking like karage and things like that. That's my shtick.
Karage.
But yeah, roast and like pan fried. Oh, it's pretty good. You know what isn't great? Boiled chicken.
That just sounds awful.
Good.
That sounds British,
it is
actually.
Much. You know what it's better than? Boiled beef. like boiled beef, not particularly great. Braised, you know, slow cooked. That's different. Even worse. Boiled pork. Nothing else done to it, it's just boiled. Not fun. That is not a fun.
Dingus is informing us that he does have a job, but it's only part-time. Good for you, Dingus. I can't keep up with chat, but I like to narrate the highlights as I see them. We should do a stream that's just like, I don't know, sports casting arguments in chat.
You're saying we should like stream snipe one of Dingus's streams and just comment on the chat? I'd be down for that. That sounds fun.
That's definitely an idea. It probably sounds especially good since I just watched like Doki Bird's Wrestle-Tuber streams like last week and this week. Did you get to see those or have any interest in those?
What the hell is wrestle-tubing?
Okay. So basically, you know that wrestler game? I forget what it is, like a WWE game where you can like make custom wrestlers.
Oh yeah, 2K.
So they basically did like a tournament of that with a bunch of different VTubers. And like they had a whole like wrestling casting setup and everything with like scripted twists and everything like wrestling would have.
So they turned redneck anime into just anime.
Basically, yeah. It's pretty good. It actually kind of made me like Hollow Stars a bit, because there's a bunch of them in there, and they were pretty funny. Never really cared much about Hollow Stars before.
Which one is that again?
Hollow Stars is the male branch of Hololive.
Oh. I didn't know that was a thing.
You didn't?
I thought Hololive was pretty adamant on just only female talent.
No, they have Hollow Stars. They have Ian Hollow Stars and JP Hollow Stars. They just don't promote them at all. They're just kind of there.
I mean, the market for male VTubers is quite small.
Yeah, it is.
Like, a lot of male VTubers are like, when it comes to like the ones that I can think of, is because they were like, they had an audience beforehand and then transitioned to having a VTuber avatar.
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of the time they tend to be commentary stuff, which is like
V.
that was not the example I was going for, but sure. I was thinking like Rev says Desu, but sure. I mean, I think they're both comparable in this circumstance, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. I've never watched Rev.
That's fine. In the end, it's like
I'm not into femboys like some people.
there's I'm not too impressed by a lot of VTubing in general. So the males aren't particularly impressive to me either. Especially when there's like, I don't know, I'm very picky on like, again, aesthetic. So the art style of the avatar can make or break it for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't even spend that much time looking at the screen most of the time. Like, it's a nice bonus when they look cool or cute or anything, but for me it's mostly the voice and the things they talk about. Which is why I am a fauna simp.
Did you watch that good old Dark Souls clip?
Dingus owes child support.
Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
You mean from Fauna's recent race with Gura?
Yeah.
I have not seen that yet.
It's
My
painful.
backlog is too big.
I haven't seen the Fauna side of it, but the Gura side is painful. Like, I was watching, it's like, this reminds me of Darkside Phil. And then I checked to see how long it took Darkside Phil to get past the first boss. Less than an hour. Well, Fauna and Gura took more than an hour. And yeah.
I can't hold it
It
against
hurt.
him. I'd hate Souls-likes and I'm not good at them.
Yeah, but the thing is they went like, oh, we won't listen to the chat. Yeah, sure, fair enough. But then they like, or at least Gura anyway, read the tutorials and just ignored them. And it was so painful. It's like, it literally told you what to do. And they took the longest time to realize that the Asylum Demon, you can just leave the arena. Even though they were both looking at the door in both their perspectives. That's open. And they just never thought about going to it. Instead, they kept trying to beat it with the broken sword. And it's like, you chose a class that has different equipment to what you have. Clearly, this is not where you're supposed to be right now. And they didn't understand that you could unequip items in order to reduce your equip load. Even though the game tells you that. Yeah. I think Fauna had the edge as well. I think she was doing better in the run overall.
Fauna's a little more of a sweaty gamer type. Which
Yeah.
you wouldn't know based on her personality, but she can get pretty competitive.
I appreciate that.
And
but
highly
I
opinionated. There's times where I'm watching like Fauna do her Minecraft thing and she'll start talking about like the gaming industry or something and just be like, AAA games do kind of suck right now, don't they? It's like some of these games just keep trying to be movies, but I just want to play a game. And they all spend too much time worrying about the graphics. And it's like, yeah, Fauna, that's right. Based.
Base, but like 10 years behind. Also, not gonna lie, that was a pretty good impersonation.
I've watched a lot of Fauna.
Yeah, I can tell.
I wasn't even trying. Like, I could get into it and, like, mimic more of her vocal mannerisms, but, we'll just leave it at that. That wasn't even
Save
voice actor
yourself.
dice bag going. Tomboy enthusiast daughter likes pineapples?
It's a pretty good fruit. Pineapple are pretty good. They're just... To be fair, I have a personal bias towards pineapple because I have a long history in my family of being around pineapple.
You're a pineapple farmer. 7 generations.
Well, I'm not, but yeah, that is a thing in my family.
Really? Pineapple farmer.
Yeah.
Interesting. There you go, boys. New lore for you all, for you pineapple enthusiasts and the Rumble crowd.
They're pretty good. It's just... There's not a lot you can... Like, it's kind of a picky ingredient to use. You know, some ingredients you can, like, think of, like strawberries, for example, right? There's a lot of things you can think you can do with a strawberry. Not as much with a pineapple.
Let's get Sherman a pineapple farm. Oh, hello, we got people over in Odyssey. Who'da thunk it? Hello there, how's it going? The thumbnail pulls you in visually, but then you just listen to it. Well, that's what the thumbnails are for, buddy. That's why we put cute anime girls and cute anime monsters in there, to draw people in.
You gotta combine those two things together, that's how you draw me in. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, like, let's be honest, why do you think, like, almost all VTubers are, like, some sort of monster girl? It's because just being a person isn't enough. You gotta have a niche. And to my knowledge, there still aren't many good snake and spider monster girl VTubers, so I'll hold my breath.
How do y'all in chat feel about spider girls? I know Dingus did like a monster girl tier list at one point.
Oh, what? I've done several of those too. What's his share notes?
He was not kind to centaurs, as I remember.
Based. Dingus, where do you put centaurs on the monster tier list? Sorry, monster girl tier list, let's be specific here.
Slots asks, choose your favorite evolution line of Cheapy, Horpid, or Ragastuffin. I gotta give it to Ragastuffin, I think. I like the scarecrow aesthetic of Ragahaunton here. Plus, they're interesting in the lore. They're like farmhands. I like that about them. But Roostdirge and Cheapy would be probably the second, because I like the pun of Roostdirge.
All these are incorrect. The correct answer is Magmant.
But the truth is, they're all good because I made all of them. And I don't make bad
Fair
things.
point. Fair play.
And Dingus says centaurs are at the bottom.
Oh jeez, even I wasn't that harsh to centaurs. I had them at like C, I think.
I think Dingus
gotta-
likes the dung beetle women though. Wasn't that a thing, Dingus? You like the
What?
dung beetles?
Like, hang on.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the
I have an image on hand,
encyclopedia
but I probably
memorized.
shouldn't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't post it.
Well, Dingus is in the Discord server. If you want to show it
Dingus.
to him, he will be there,
Dingus,
or he
Dingus,
can
do
be
me a
there.
favor. Ping me your list, thank you. I wish to compare notes. I'll send you mine. It's all about scientific research here. Listen, if I'm going to make, get that studio, make the Monster Girl Joe Rogan experience.
Monster Girl Joe
I-
Rogan
I-
experience. I
Yeah,
haven't
you
heard
might not
about
have been
this
here for
part.
when you might not have been here when we discussed this.
No, I think I missed that one.
Yeah. Listen, I gotta compare notes. I gotta get a list of academic resources and
You got to do market
peer-reviewed
research.
study.
Find out which monster girls are
Exactly.
hot and which are not.
Well, Dingus and I knows which one it's not. It's the centaurs. Yeah, Bent Kohef.
Kohet needs to come in here and defend the honor of centaurs because I'm too busy.
No, he doesn't, because there's nothing to defend. There is no honor in centaurs. Now, centaur body plans, so things that aren't centaurs but have the same kind of animal to person ratio, that's a different story. I think the term is actually centigrade.
Centigrade? What?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Or centaurism.
Yeah, I think centigrade is a different way of saying metric measurements.
If it is, centigrade is way cooler than the metric system. Damn, what a cool word.
Centigrade is Celsius. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Which is pretty neat. Big ups to degrees Celsius.
I am American, so I'm obligated to defend the imperial system here and say centigrade sucks.
Look, it's okay. We can both agree it's not Kelvin.
I don't know what the point of Kelvin is. It's basically it's just centigrade, but with extra zeros, right?
No.
No.
No, the numbers are very different. I think it's supposed to be specifically for nuclear heats and things like that, reactions. Chemical heats. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about it. I just know that it's not the one I use and it's not the one you use, so I don't know anyone that uses it.
Tomboy Enthusiast says WTF is a kilometer. I think we talked about this earlier in the week. A kilometer is a kilo of meters.
So here's a little thing about Latin. Kilo. 1,000.
Yeah,
So it's 1,000 meters.
exactly.
There you go.
It's almost like metric conversions aren't actually conversions at all, and just putting a number in front of the word and calling it a conversion.
Though, I mean, metric doesn't call them conversions. Conversion is changing like kilometers to yards. And hey, at least we're not like the English, where it's like, not only do they use the metric and the imperial system, but they use the old English systems as well, like
Stone.
the English mile, stones. It's like, buddy, chill. As much as I think measuring things in stones and fathoms is extremely cool for my fantasy world, we do not live in the Middle Ages anymore. We do not have to measure the depth of a pond with a length of rope.
I don't know what a
thank
stone
you.
is supposed to go to. Like, what kind of stone are we?
Especially, yeah, exactly. That's my
Like, for a
problem with
lot of
foot, is,
these
like,
measurements, it's not
standard
that
foot.
difficult.
Who decided this foot was the standard one? Who decided this was their perfect foot for their foot fetish?
Well, it's the normal size of a foot, approximately. You can
Yeah, but
approximate a bit. But what's a stone? Like, how big is an
Who's the
average
arbiter of
stone?
What is that foot?
Average.
Yeah.
You take a
what's the
normal
average
person,
Bigfoot?
the average
But
Bigfoot.
the average foot for who? Because the average foot size depends on the country.
Yeah, well, they didn't have it standardized at the time, and it's either way.
No, I know they didn't, because feet were different between all parts of the UK.
But the main point of these types of measurements is that you can estimate it. Like, you can look at your foot and be like, okay, that's about a foot.
Yeah.
But you can't do that. How do you do that with a stone? What the hell kind of stone are you supposed to use? What's the average stone? Is it a
Yeah, I don't
pebble?
know.
Is it a boulder? What is it?
Well, no, pebble and boulder are different. Like we gotta look at it like the way we look at, like, you know, barrels, kegs, and tons, right?
I don't look at those things.
Sure. Sure, they all look the same, except for their size. There's your answer. It's the mass. Which just goes to go, it's like, what's the average mass of a stone? What kind of stone? Yeah, same thing. But no, you're right with the
What
with the estimations.
is the average flight
Absolutely.
speed velocity of a coconut-laden swallow?
Because I'm pretty good at estimating meters to a certain degree, but beyond that, I'm like, I have to do it in feet, but I can't do yards. Like, I don't understand how yards work, but I do kilometers because it's the metric, and I've grown up with the metric system. But like, when I estimate things that are roughly small to medium sized, I used inches. But if they get really small, then I can't use inches, because, like, yes, 3/800ths of an inch. What the hell is that?
We use inches in my very precise technical job, and what we do is we use decimals.
Mm.
So we just
I
have like
mean,
10,000ths of an inch.
Yeah. That's a lot harder to visualize than something that's already smaller and just has a different name. To me, even though it's the same thing. Like, it's just one of those, like, linguistic mind barriers, I guess. But, like, I have literally heard people doing measurements because, you know, they're like the artsy crafty things, right? Like, making things for Dungeons and Dragons and stuff for the table. And someone unironically said, like, 8/18ths of an inch. That's like, yeah, cool. But you could just say the amount of centimeters on, because the ruler you're using has both metric and imperial. And unfortunately for you, most of the world uses metric.
Never heard
So
somebody
most
use
people
8/18ths
are
of
not
an
going
inch.
Yeah, I've heard much smaller too.
18ths of an... How do you even get 18ths of an inch? That doesn't break down.
Exactly, you have to divide an inch into 18 parts. Like 18 equal parts. It's like, why are we using fractions here?
Like, you don't... That's not even a fraction you'd use.
I've
you do
unironically heard
like...
it be used multiple times.
You sure you're not thinking of like 16ths of an inch?
No, I've had 16ths as well. But that's the thing is, like, why would you just fraction an inch? Why would you not just have a smaller unit?
Because we can just fraction the inch.
Or you could have a smaller unit for when things get smaller. Because an inch isn't that small.
Then we have thousandths of an inch.
Why does it have to be thousandths of an inch?
Because that's what we use.
It's not a good reason.
It works pretty well.
No, I find it very hard to, like, visualize segmenting an inch that much.
Well, you don't have to think about it that much. You just have to think about it in groups.
Yeah, that's pretty difficult when there's, you know,
See,
1,000 of them.
when you've got 100 thousandths of an inch, 100 thou, as they say,
Yeah.
that's just a tenth of an inch.
Why not just use a different system that's already subdivided nicely?
Because that's just
'Cause
moving
this-
the decimal places around.
Because, well, what's the point in using you know, your example there? Sorry, numbers hurt my brain. If you're just gonna say a tenth, because a tenth is a lot easier to visualize.
Because we're also talking about, like, 10 thou.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
cannot imagine 10,000.
Well, you can't imagine 10 thou because it's extremely small.
Yeah.
You can't tell the difference, like with the naked eye, probably. I can feel the difference. I can feel the difference between 3 thou, 5 thou, and 10 thou. We have little shims that are at these sizes that we use to, like, do very precise, like, changes and setups. And I can tell the difference just by feel because they feel completely different.
But you also work with this. You are not a normal person. Like, you're not just like the average Joe when it comes to this.
It
right?
didn't take that long. Like, you can, like, the shims that we use are...
Learning anything in reality doesn't take that long. But most people don't learn these things. You know? Like, most people don't care. Is the correct answer to it, isn't it? Most people don't care to learn things. Especially when it's like... Learning them is easy, sure, but like, the explanation to it is confusing on an intuitive level.
Sentinel State says 10,000 inches are great for mechanical measurements. That's a bit much for me. I'm glad we don't have to go that deep in my job. Although,
yeah, 'cause, like,
our machines
get,
do
like,
go that
nanometers.
precise, but they're not very reliably.
Yeah, and like microns and things like that, and for most people, you won't be using any of these.
Oh yeah, most people
But
aren't
for
going
most
to be
people-
using much more than like half an inch or so.
No, most people definitely use less than half an inch.
With subdivisions of an inch.
Like,
Quarter inch, eighth
like
inch.
what's the difference between, so you know, like lined paper for like essays and things like that, right? You know, notebooks.
Yeah.
What's the average gap between those lines?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't used any of that in years.
I can.
Why?
It's a centimeter. It's a centimeter. It's just, that's the difference between them.
But why?
Why?
Why do I
see it all
care?
the time. Because, you know, you measure small things in smaller numbers. Well, smaller divisions, right?
I don't measure paper.
Well,
It's-
we're not measuring
it's
paper, we're measuring the
pretty-
lines between the paper here. But like that's a common thing that people see almost every day.
It's
in
not
most jobs.
mechanically meaningful for the lines of the paper to be
It
any
is for
specific
writing.
size.
It is. Because there is standardized kernings. You know, how much writing you can fit onto a piece of paper. All the standard stuff. Like
That's
a
why
certain-
we have keyboards.
Yeah, this is different. Yeah. Literally unimportant to the example I'm making.
Sluts asks, how long should the plank be? About as long as I want it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Depends what you're making, I guess. I don't know how big Theseus made his ship.
Surely there's more interesting things to talk about than measurements, though.
I like measurements. I think they're interesting. Especially fathoms in particular.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
one of
that's a cool
these
measurement.
historical world-building bros. Don't get me wrong, I dabble in that, but I'm not that big on it.
I like fathoms. That's my favorite measurement.
What is a fathom, exactly?
It's used for like depths of like lakes and things like that, like water.
Yeah, but
And
what is
funny
it?
enough, it's in feet. So yeah, a fathom is approximately 6 feet. Sorry, not approximately, exactly 6 feet.
Synthno State
it's a
says
nautical
college
measurement.
ruled paper is 7 millimeters.
Sorry, what paper?
College ruled paper. Do you not have that over
college
there?
rule. We do. College ruled. I think what I was thinking of though, because college ruled is a different from the standard we use in elementary and high schools here.
Ah, you use the kindergarten standard.
Oh, there is actually a kindergarten standard too. Actually, that's not in millimeters. That is definitely like that one. Actually, might be in inches to my knowledge, because that's for like actually, you know, small children who've never written letters before to practice letters.
I really need to, like, take into account the highlights when I'm doing the flats on these things. Because I keep having to go back in and, like, erase the flat colors out to make the things shine.
Hey, do you remember when Joe Biden said that a rule of thumb was about beating people's wives?
Yes!
And it wasn't actually just something about, you know, guessing measurements, because our thumb is, you know,
About an
tip of your
inch.
thumb's about an inch.
Yeah. That pissed me off so much because that's one of my
It's like, and it's yeah,
That's
it's
like
such
one
a,
of my
like,
pet
common
peeves
knowledge thing too.
is like when people say like, oh, like when people are confused about measurements and don't know how they relate to anything, and it's like they're based on body measurements for the most part. Then he comes out with that like, oh, this is based on this
completely
breeding your
backwards
wife with
shit.
a thing this thick, and it's like,
It's like,
ugh!
yeah. So how thick is the diameter of that stick?
It's not a very
Mhm.
big thick sticker, is it?
Because yeah, it's like
This shit would like break. I'd like to see a
That
guy
was
try to beat his
unironically
wife with
hilarious.
that size of a stick.
I found that extremely hilarious. It's like, yes, that's what it means, Uncle. Very cool. It totally has nothing to do with the fact that people have been using their thumb to gauge measurements since the dawn of time.
Who told him to say that? I want to know.
Yeah, which handler was on duty today? I can't wait to hear the next thing that's like. Has anyone else got any? Has anyone else got any like weird? It's like, oh, this thing that's commonly said in the people's. It actually means this, and it's awful.
I feel like there's been a number of things like that, but I can't think of them off the top of my head.
Oh, there's gotta be heaps. But the Joe rule of thumb is my favorite one. I'll teach you the rule of this thumb. Pop out.
What?
Bullying the other person.
Oh. Evergrade's not making it tonight. Shame.
Cowardice. A moral failing.
He's tired from his own streams, I suppose.
Yay. Mr. Big Show. With all them Skull the Hero Slayer views. Look at him go. Does look like a pretty fun game though. There are no more guest stars, there is only me. I am the only guest. I have replaced them all. I'm like Aldrich, I'm devouring the gods. Oh yeah, that actually happened. That's technically happening this weekend, the Summer Games Fest. Has any news actually come out of that? Oh, shit.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I did it, I baited him.
I read something completely untrue, and I just want to clarify. I am not copping out, nor am I a coward.
Yeah, because
I'm
you're
just
here, and
kidding.
you're here to stay.
Don't forget, you're here forever.
No one can leave.
Freedom?
Well, welcome, Evergrade. Welcome to the
That
stream.
implies you have rights here. Thanks
Dude,
for
what's your
having me,
opinion on
guys.
measurements? Don't answer that.
They're good.
Yeah, we don't need to
They're
continue
good for
that
telling how
conversation.
long things are. I know I don't know where this came from, but I know exactly what you mean. It sounds like it'll be really annoying to talk about.
So you seem like the person who actually might keep up with this. Do you know what's happening with the Summer Games Fest this year?
A little. It's somewhat below mid. From what I heard, the most positive thing about it was that it was updates on stuff that we already knew about. I think so far it seems like the most interesting thing is that there was a Power Rangers beat 'em up. Apparently, surprisingly, Power Word actually had a trailer with a pretty big update too. So I'm
Power was
surprised that
making
didn't
the
get more
arena,
coverage.
right?
Maybe. I remember that there was mention of new pals that had a very big yokai influence to them. Yeah.
Can we get more like that one? You know the one.
The number
Um,
I don't need to say
69.
anymore. Yeah, what is it, Lavender or something?
Oh, that one.
That is my favorite for obvious reasons. It's so silly.
I can't imagine why.
I swear I'm not a first.
See, other than
Scale.
that,
Yeah, sure. 'Cause yeah, I know what's happening, and I like tuned in for like the first day, and I'm like, wow, this looks like boring and nothing. I'm out.
yeah, even during E3, I didn't really tune in that much except for when Nintendo was having their directs, and those were a lot more focused. And only happened on one day.
Yeah, Nintendo seemed to have always been pretty on point with their presentations.
Yeah,
The last
not
couple
always,
years.
but not always, but they've kind of just it's one of the good things they've done of just doing their own thing when they want. They show up at stuff like I think Gamescom, but I don't think they really make big announcements. It's more showing stuff off and advertising games they make. And the directs were pretty smart. Just give your own show whenever you want. That's not on a stage you have to worry about.
Oh yeah, just like Sony's State of Play.
You mean the Astrobots?
The what? I freaking disconnected from Discord again.
Was treated extremely well by Sony.
I'm
Yeah,
back.
Especially Gravity Rush.
It is astonishing that there is a single Japanese body in Sony to this day. 'Cause, my goodness, they really went straight for being a Californian company, didn't they?
Astrobot unironically has the most testosterone of any recent Sony release.
I mean,
It actually
to
looks
be fair,
really.
Stellar Blade looks unironically pretty good.
It really is.
It's not my kind of game, but
It looks
Yeah.
fun.
I
It
do
looks
like
fun.
Eve's
I keep
design.
thinking of. I keep
The
thinking
obvious
of
reasons.
Yeah. It's a very good looking game. It's one of the cases where I'd consider it if it wasn't on PS5, just because
Yeah, that's
I
the problem,
barely-
isn't it? It's like it has a
I-
heavy market.
I think they were
Yeah,
talking about bringing
not-
it to PC because it.
oh
did so
yeah, they
well.
are bringing it to PC.
Good, now bring
One
the Demon Souls
one-
remake too, like we were
one
promised at
game.
its launch.
Also,
And that one game into 0 games, let's go.
yeah, Bloodborne and Demon Souls are just trapped on Sony consoles.
Like, oh my god, every now and then Sony does like promotional things and they have Bloodborne in it. It's like, my guy, Bloodborne hasn't received any love since the DLC.
Right? Yeah.
And the problem is, when people played Bloodborne when it first came out, they were playing with an average of 11 frames per second. Because the PlayStation 4 could not handle it.
To be honest, I think that's partly from software thing, because they're not known for having very optimized games. Well, mainly I think it's mainly the
Dark Souls 3 was pretty good, so was Elden Ring's optimization.
That's good.
I don't know about Armored Core, but Dark Souls 1 was pretty poor because it went through a couple of like engine troubles, and it wasn't an in-house engine, it was on like 3 half engines, like Havoc
Alright.
and so forth. Dark
Okay,
Souls 2 is its own anomaly that probably shouldn't count. It's its own bag of worms.
Alright, that's fair.
And Kingsfield was made on a brick.
By the way, Evergrade,
Yeah.
you're being greeted by the Rumble chat.
Is the Rumble
Tomboy-
chat being nice?
Tomboy Enthusiast says, "Hello, comrade Evergrade." Paraphrasing.
Do I need to report you to Rooster again? I'll do it. Give him more cases and you in the court battle to adopt Sherman.
I've been introduced to so much new lore in one day. But yeah, Blighttown was a big issue, you are correct.
Blighttown, yeah, I think Blighttown is probably like
Oh no.
the biggest meme, just because it was both unfun and annoying
And
to
poorly,
play.
yeah, it was poorly designed and also mean.
And now it's just annoying.
But Bloodborne isn't actually that intense of a game. It's just the original PlayStation 4 promised a lot more than it could actually produce. And the copies, like the machines that Bloodborne was developed on, wasn't a PlayStation 4. They were high-end PCs.
Yeah.
So they were making it to what they thought the PlayStation 4 could handle.
And the PlayStation 4 didn't live up to the hype?
Not at all.
Man, I can't
the PS4
believe it.
Pro apparently gets it at 30 frames, but playing a fast-paced action game at 30 frames a second is rough. Especially when there's frame-perfect dodging.
Right, there's frame perfect dodging, and it had frame issues that bad.
Yeah. There are some areas in Bloodborne where, when I was playing through it, because I have like a really old PlayStation 4, like, I noticed that I was running at 10 frames.
Hmm.
I mean, obviously you notice that, but like some people are like, oh no, it's fine, smooth 30 frames per second. It's like, this is not 30 frames. Homie, the original Doom runs faster than this. Zork
Yes.
runs faster than this, and it's a text game.
Original Doom, back when FPS was a good genre.
Back when there was no FPS genre, there was only Doom clones.
The best time in the genre.
Yeah, Hexen's pretty cool.
Heretic?
Heretic? Yeah!
Hmm.
Making me want to start talking about Amiga games again, but I can't think of anything to talk about.
I was gonna say, no, please do, because, like, again, I know nothing about the Amiga, except it existed.
Tell us about the Amiga supremacy that everyone was too lame to notice.
Oh no, there is no Amiga supremacy.
I know.
Didn't the Amiga just perish?
I remember briefly you going into that about saying, like, the Amiga had no good games.
I don't know if it was that the Amiga had no games or that the Amiga couldn't handle games. But I remember every game I played on the Amiga having just awful controls.
Yeah, the Amiga's not the PlayStation 3, 4, or 5.
Like, there's
Amiga
a
doesn't
delay
even have
in
one
everything
game.
you do. But man, did those games have good music, though.
Come on, the Amiga had at least 2 games. Right? I don't know.
What games?
I mean,
I don't know.
there was Weird Dreams. There was
That one.
Monty Python's Flying Circus.
They
There
made a
was?
game about that? Oh
They
my
did.
goodness.
It's like a platformer shooter or something like that.
Why would you adapt that show into a platformer shooter?
It was just really goofy.
What even?
There was Yogi's Big Cleanup. That was one of them.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Of course.
Also,
That's just what
great
the world is
music on that
missing.
one. Synthno State remembers some good Amiga games.
Yeah, name one.
Weird Dreams.
Well, you got it.
Hey, you got me. I can't even.
He doesn't.
Like,
You don't even
fact check
know.
that. I don't know what.
I don't even know what Amiga looks like, bro.
Weird Dreams was kind of like a weird horror game.
So, like having a weird dream.
Like having a weird dream. You played a dude that was like dying on an operating table, and you had to play through his weird dreams while he was asleep. Otherwise, you'd die. And the game over screen is literally like you looking up at the people in surgery as your flatline.
Maybe the real weird dreams were the friends we made along the way.
Nah, I don't think I want to make friends in those weird dreams. They had weird people.
Speaking of horror again, does anyone know what Baroque is?
Obama?
No,
I know
the
it's a
game.
first name.
No, Baroque. Like the emotion of something being Baroque.
Baroque?
Yeah, I said it weirdly. Yeah.
Like Baroque?
Baroque. It's a game.
Wait, is it Baroque?
Yeah. Baroque. I said it wrong. You're correct.
I've heard of the word, but I've never heard of a game based on that.
Thought
Yeah,
that
I
was an
didn't
art
until the other
style.
day. It is, yes.
It's
Yeah, classical.
Yeah, it is. It's a unfortunate Western style of architecture and so on from the 17th century, from the Renaissance, following Renaissance art and Manierism. Preceded Rococo.
There is a old horror game. It's like a dungeon crawler called Baroque. And I only discovered it the other day, and I immediately fell in love with its art style because of the kinds of horror that I'm into.
What kind of horror are you into?
Body
Body
horror.
horror. Specifically, like, explicit kinds.
I don't know. I can understand, though I don't think I know if I'd be able to
Abortion,
handle.
And I also like a
Big-
little, like, biomechanical in my body horror as well.
You
That
would
can be
love
creepy. That can be fun.
Phyrexians. Which is probably why you like Ilish Norn.
There's other reasons why I like that one in particular, but okay. There's
You're kinda
more
like-
obvious reasons.
You're kind of like that Resident Evil.
Yeah, I
Use
do like Resident
body
Evil.
horror.
But the thing is, I never played Resident Evil as a kid. I mean, I'm terrible at handling horror. Like, it scares the
haven't.
shit out of me.
Same, but I watch a lot of gameplay and stuff.
But I picked up, I think the first Resident Evil game I played through was the remake of 1, and I only got halfway through it. The first one I finished was 4's remake,
I haven't
and
played
I really
any.
liked it. It's pretty good. The remakes of 4 and 2 are really good. Apparently the third one's remake is shit. I would
That's what
know,
I've heard.
'cause from what I've seen of the gameplay, it doesn't look that interesting in general.
Hmm.
So, I don't
not
even
sure-
know if that's a remake problem or not.
I'm not. I'm not sure exactly how good it compares to the original. Just that I watched some playthrough and I could see a lot of rough spots. I'm just not sure if those was stuff that came from the original that wasn't adjusted.
Alright boys, the fun part. I gotta paint more green on this goblin.
What's he gobbling?
Bullets.
Daka?
Gotcha.
Indeed.
Math question. What is DACA plus DACA?
More Daka?
More darker.
More DACA.
More dark
There we
and more
go.
darker plus more darker is lots darker.
Yes.
Or alternatively, darker, darker, darker. There's a
Wow,
book
you really do
for
like
orcs in
languages.
Warhammer. There's a book in Warhammer, and like it gets to a certain number of chapters, and it's from the orcs' perspective. It just stops counting. It just says lots. That's pretty fun.
You can't count on an orc.
What chapter are you reading? Lots. Yeah, but what chapter though? No, lots. It stops counting.
Doesn't
Okay,
count
so you
for
mean
anything.
the chapter numbers it stops counting. I get you.
No, the chapter number is called lots. And it's like that for the rest of the book, every other chapter. Going forwards, it's just...
That's better.
The orcs can't count very high.
Let's see. Since No Stay says the main character for Baroque has Corona-chan wings.
I don't know what that is.
That's...
Oh wait, no, I know what that. I know what that is, but I don't
think
remember the wings.
You're thinking of the remake. There was a PS1 remake, and it makes the game look very anime. And
course
it's
it does.
fine, but yeah, the original was I think on the Saturn, and so everything was like this very gritty pixel art. Well, the remake has a lot more anime vibes to it. It looks kind of like... it looks good, but I've specifically found a English translation, fan translation, of the original for the PS1, and the PS1 and the Saturn one have different stuff in them. Because the PS1
Different
is a remake as
content
well.
or different design
The
choices.
PS1 adds more content. Like it adds in
Really?
a new character and a couple of quest line additions.
Interesting. Did that one come? Were they released on the same time?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't know a lot. It's just it piqued my interest, and I'm like, I gotta play this. This is what I dig aesthetically. It's like, do you guys remember when Scorn was revealed? That game,
Yeah.
I haven't heard. I
and it
haven't
looked
heard of
very
that one.
interesting, and then turns out the game is boring as shit, and nothing happens.
No.
Yeah, Scorn is not good. It's very lame.
Is that an
very
old
silly.
game? I've never heard of this.
No, Scorn
pretty
came out
recent.
like 2018, 2019,
Oh,
2020, something.
I'm glad it had staying power.
Yeah, and it looked like an interesting, like, H.R. Geiger inspired, like... I'm thinking of, like...
Yeah, the aesthetic was really interesting, but
Yeah.
I hear the gameplay did not
No.
do it any
It's
favors.
not good. It's not good. And that's a shame, because for me, I nearly bought that game on the aesthetic alone, because that can sell a game for me. Like, I got Persona 5 purely based on its aesthetic. Do not regret, by the way. That was fun. I do regret that every time I buy a goddamn Atlas RPG, 2 years later, they re-release it with more content as a finished product, when they should have just finished the damn product.
I noticed that.
I'm
So-
not salty that SMT5 has another game coming out that is just the game but more.
So
Could have
like
just been a
Pokemon.
DLC, but you know.
Yep,
It's like Pokemon.
pretty much.
Also, I just realized that I didn't put sleeves on this guy's chainmail part, so I'm doing that now.
Cool.
Wunderbar. I thought it felt like I needed to do more chainmail stuff, but I could not find out where it was.
Goblin number 2, here we go.
Let's see. Tyrion Dusk says he hasn't played Persona because they went woke. And keep screwing up localizations. I've heard, man, there's been a lot of talk about localizations recently.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to provide me an example for that for Persona in particular.
I have heard of it. I just can't think of specific examples because I don't keep
It's
up too
like-
much. I do know with Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, they made a lot of changes, except probably the most controversial one.
Yeah, because like Sega's English translations for games is kind of like Nintendo's, where it's kind of disconnected from the Japanese stuff.
Yeah, it
Like,
can be.
like English Sega operates very differently from Japanese Sega.
Yeah, I remember
So,
that was a
plus, if you're playing a JRPG in anything that isn't directly translated Japanese, you're playing it wrong. So, you know.
If you're playing a
We here-
JRPG, you're playing it wrong.
We here do not support the English American dubbing scene or localization scene, okay?
I just want to play stuff in English, man. I just want
Yeah.
to grill.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is there's a bunch of autistic people on the internet who will translate it for you. And they will do it faithfully. And if not, you know what? ChatGPT does a pretty okay job. I've read several manga that are translated by ChatGPT, and they are superior to the official translation.
I noticed another detail I forgot about, by the way. That's why I'm silent.
Yeah, there are a lot of fan translations. Including stuff that actually never got out of Japan.
Ponyboy Horse said, people on Rumble are stinky.
Somebody has started abusing the Geronimo chat.
Daladakarupop said, LOL.
Find it hard to believe ChatGPT does unwoke translations.
Honestly, I'm surprised at how much people trust like any AI or like quote unquote AI, because I doubt it's really that automatic. When it's when you know exactly the kind of people who are programming it.
When it comes to like localization, you really have to go out of your way to like wokeify it. So I can see why the AI would not.
The AI doesn't, unless the AI is specifically programmed in order to find these things, which for the record, the AIs that have done that kind of break on their own logic, because it's stupid.
I recall one case where an AI was actually convinced to develop a split personality.
Said, pizza time,
it was still
pizza time, pizza time, pizza time,
even
pizza
then,
time.
it could still be kind of woke.
Said, love pineapple. Ponyboy Horse.
Yeah,
said,
let's just say the
Dingus
manga
no.
that I was reading.
Ponyboy Horse.
Not exactly
said,
one that you
Dalek
can do
Dingus
without a
Strix.
lot of work.
Said,
to turn
pizza
it
time,
particularly
pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time.
It takes a lot of work to do that in the first place.
Ponyboy
we might have to turn Geronimo off.
Dingus no.
Why?
Please tell me it's
Look
doing
at the chat.
Pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time.
It's doing
Ponyboy
pizza time,
Horse.
pizza time, pizza time.
Said,
He can't even
Wait,
keep up.
Dingus the Strix.
They brought
said,
the fight
for the glory of
to
pineapple.
you.
Yes.
Ponyboy Horse.
Storm the beaches.
Said, no.
You know, I do appreciate the
Horse.
Twitch attention. That's where I want to focus my efforts, though. Maybe I should just let Geronimo go at his thing.
You want your Twitch to go up?
Hold on, let me help.
We need the rule.
Evergreen
We need
There we
the
go.
gender swapped avatar,
interaction.
and we need the feet cam.
Dingus the Strix.
Gender swapped avatar.
Said, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time, pizza time. Ponyboy Horse. Said, Dingus no. Ponyboy Horse.
I'm muting
said,
Geronimo.
No more pineapples.
Sad.
What's the dung beetle thing? Is my question.
Dung beetle?
Dung beetle monster girl.
Oh yeah, Dingus's wife.
We like to shame Dingus for having bad taste.
Hang on, are we thinking of the one from Monster Girl Encyclopedia?
Yeah. Full disclosure.
Yeah, Dale wants to know exactly what he's
taste.
talking about.
That's a good design.
Yeah, full disclosure, I think that was the only choice in a certain section, and it was what Dingus considered the only good choice. So his choices were limited, but he could have had no good choices.
I need more context for that. Because, like, in my Monster Girl.
Monster Girl. Oh yeah, he had a Monster Girl tier list stream.
Yeah, and I still haven't been DM'd the list to compare notes. Just
Okay.
saying.
Do you want a link to the stream? Because I can find it.
No, I want direct communication. Come on, Dingus. I want to compare
on.
notes. Academic
Come on,
research.
Dingus, you played Lethal Company with us. You're part of ours now. Did I lose? I did. Hi guys, I'm back.
Hello.
Discord doing
He's
its thing again.
returned!
It's ruined it. It's my list. At the top, I've got like the Chandelier Will-O-the-Wisp.
What?
Yeah.
You know what? Post your tier list. I want to see this.
You talking about Chandelier, the Pokemon?
Not quite. Tell him, Dale.
One of my favorite Pokemons of one of my Oshis. By the way.
Wait, are we still talking about Chandelure or?
Listen, I'm
Yes.
a massive weeaboo, and even I don't use the term Oshi.
Same.
But then,
So?
Florka Chaos hasn't released his VTuber agency properly, so you know what? There's still time.
You'll find your hag one day.
Exactly.
Give it time.
I can be patient for him. He knows what's up.
Maybe Flork is his Oshi.
No, but sometimes I feel like he's my spirit animal, you know?
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't have the dung beetle on this list, but I do have it somewhere in my notes.
Flork definitely has a way with things. And I don't know how else to describe it.
The most thing ever.
The most thing ever. The biggest
The number
thing
one
ever
art-
thing.
The number one artist who is also a sock. Really knows
Okay.
how to sock it to ya.
Okay, so here's the thing. His list starts out extremely strong.
You mean in what do you mean by starts out? Like in a certain tier
Yeah,
It's
his
good,
top
or-
tier is a very good top tier.
because there's no centaur?
It's huge too, Jesus Christ. Really?
Oh, we all critiquing Dingus's Monster Girl taste now.
Because I've got a
Hmm.
list. The list I posted is a thing of friends, some normie friends and I were doing. So there's a lot of like different varieties of opinion there.
Hmm. I feel like
and the next time I do it, we're doing it's more like top trumps, where we're actually grading them on stats.
Wait, top trumps?
Yeah, but like
what's top drops?
It's probably the most Australian thing you could do.
first off, it's British. Second off, it's a thing in the US.
You guys are just redneck British.
No, that's you.
We do
Nah,
we do not own the Americans using top drops. They are
We
Brits
have
never
literally talked
converted.
about top trumps before. We've done this twice already.
We are our own
We're doing it a
rednecks.
third
Thank you
time
very
because I
much.
wasn't around for it.
Oh my goodness, okay. Top trumps is a game where you have like a card, say like superheroes, right? And they have like strength, agility, stats. And you just call out one of those stats, and whoever has the highest wins, and they take all the cards that have, in play.
Wait, so how
And
does
then you
top
keep going until
drop-
only one person has all the cards. So we're just comparing stats. So, for example, one might be, you know, how faithful the monster is to the mythology, right?
I feel like I got a
Of
feeling
the
most of
monster
them are gonna
girls?
rank pretty low by
Yeah, of the
default.
monster girls.
Yeah,
No, some of them are pretty good. Some of them are pretty good.
the ones that are already
Especially since-
female.
So, especially since my list is not specifically the Monster Girl Encyclopedia, it's just the most convenient.
I feel like for
Yes.
tier lists, there needs to be a block in the number of things you can have in tiers. Like just so someone doesn't dump everything in a higher or lower tier.
Yes, Tyrion.
You have to
Dusk,
force them to choose.
Dale is an Aussie. I'm surprised you couldn't tell.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he only speaks Australian. I'm like, you could translate it. I have to stand on my head.
Exactly.
Okay, so Dingus's list is very much one-pointed.
You mean it's lopsided, or...
No, as in it's focused on one particular thing.
What?
While as my tier list was grading them on a multitude of things. So, for example, their mythology, their uniqueness as character designs, as well as the obvious drawing of what a monster girl, you know.
Get
the appeal.
critiqued, Dingus.
So it's a different list, but like it starts out extremely strong, and the problem with his list is the sandworm is at the bottom when it should be, and same with the Shiggorath, when they should be at the top. Same
problem with his tier list
same
is
with-
that my waifu is not top tier.
No, unironically, his bottom tiers have some of the top tiers.
Like
Centaur's on the
centaurs.
bottom
How
tier, right?
how can Hellhound be that low?
Could you post the...
Why don't you like Fuomoko? Yeah.
He doesn't have that dog in him.
Hellhound is a fan favorite for a reason, dog.
Oh, he probably put it where he did because he
The
thought she was
sandworm.
overrated. Okay,
Listen,
most important
Algaid.
question: where is the caterpillar?
Dingus, I need you to translate some things.
Dinguses?
Or, not Dingus.
Yeah,
Dale, I need
on
you
the
to
list.
translate some things in chat. They're speaking Australian.
I saw good day, mate. See, the thing is, I actually I have trouble reading upside down, so that doesn't help.
I can't believe you can't speak Australian.
I can do it
Oh,
better
wait,
than
that
I can do
reminds
math
me.
upside down. That's genuinely difficult for me. Yeah. So in my tier list, I had the caterpillar in its own thing because of that one meme. But yeah.
Because of a
I
meme?
also agree. Yeah, it had its own meme category. We literally had a separate category for just a girl and then just a furry. Because, let's be honest here, some of them are just furries. And that's lame.
Most of them are cosplayers and furries.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rope-
everyone
yeah,
knows it. No one just
not a
no
fan
one
of
says
Roper.
it.
A lot of the Arachne are at the bottom too, which is... shame on you. Slug, yeah, makes sense. Especially since, like, the artwork from the first Monster Girl Encyclopedia is quite bad compared to the rest of them. Yeah, like, Arachne are all at the bottom. Shame on you. I get the ants, but... Krampus at the bottom? Really? Like, personally, I agree with the Centaur. However, we gave bonus points to Bicorn for having a much cooler aesthetic.
Let's see, Dingus says Sledge got mad for putting his dog waifu in cyanide.
What tier is that? The C tier list?
I assume it's like the most bottom.
Why is Mosquito so far down? It's such a cool design.
Tyrion says he's from Perth. No wonder you sound normal to him. Alright, I need to throw in some like actual lighting in this picture. We need some nice candles. Okay, now I'm paranoid. Anytime you guys are quiet, I think Discord is screwed up. Are they just screwing with me now?
I'm gonna bully Dingus in my own time.
I was just being quiet.
I'm going to go to bed because I got work in 10 hours.
Okay,
Alrighty.
we'll stay on for a bit longer.
Thanks for having me, man. I'll see you guys around.
Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for bullying me into joining.
It's just you and me, Evergrade. What have you been up to besides playing Other the Crab's Treasure?
Trying when I could. I've just been extremely busy.
Know the
I
feeling.
want to try getting some smaller drawings done and occasionally chipping away at some bigger stuff. Well, not occasionally. I tend to get to the point where I'm intimidated to start a big project. Sometimes because I don't know how it will be. But I'm usually able to get into it pretty easily. It's when I get to the point where I'm mentally done with something, and for one reason or another that I let it drag on, that it doesn't feel good.
Let's see. Yeah, Tyrion, Dale does work night shift. I just learned that today. I think that might be a recent thing.
If he's never talked about that, right?
I haven't heard. I don't remember him talking about night shift until like today.
Yeah, but I don't think he talked. But we don't really talk about jobs much.
Oh, except mine.
Shooting lasers with steel beams is pretty cool.
That's why I'm a cyborg. So I can shoot my lasers.
Yep. Finally, a good use for AI.
I did have a
We're
lot to
talking
talk
about
about with it before today because we were talking about measurements, and I'm talking about how you use thousandths of an inch rather than, like, what do you call that? Fractions.
I don't know anything about that. I just knew it would be really annoying. I do remember that the slight incident with ChatGPT where allegedly people just stopped being able to function without it because it was offline for a day.
How do you get that dependent on ChatGPT? It's not that good.
I don't know. I think I genuinely find most AI stuff to be vastly overrated as it is. Also, apparently ChatGPT is missing like about 2 years of information anyway. So unless you're feeding stuff into it on your own, it's not going to have accurate knowledge on recent events.
Yeah, well, I know the free version is like years old on what it's trained for. But I think the more recent versions are more up to date.
Are the more recent versions free or not?
I don't think so.
Okay, those are not getting used nearly as much. So we've got the great value version of ChatGPT, which already isn't that great.
Yeah. That's the one people are relying on, it seems.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they're just buying subscriptions, but that seems like a waste of money to me. Unless it's way better.
Maybe. Last time I tried using any stuff, it was trying to use a photo basher, and it was just so boring. I kept thinking to myself, I could just draw this stuff if I wanted.
Yeah.
Because I know I could probably eventually get it, but it's just just typing in prompts is annoying. It certainly doesn't take practice. It's just messing around until you get stuff.
Tyrion says, I was asking an AI some math with cubes and it decided that cube face is a derogatory term and got stuck lecturing me.
There's no way stuff like that doesn't happen more often than we think.
I can definitely believe it. Yeah, I get stuck in stupid loops like that. I was trying out Grok, the Twitter AI, a while ago, to like figure out to try and like come up with, like, since it's on Twitter, you'd think it would be plugged into what's happening on Twitter. So I was like, okay, give me some topics that people have been talking about that I follow on Twitter. And it gives me like completely different topics from things that I don't follow at all. And I'm like, no, give me stuff from people that I follow. And then it's like, I'm trying to give you a diverse selection. And I'm like, I don't want a diverse selection. Give me what I ask for. And it just would not do it.
Maybe it is keyed in, but it's keyed into the whole site.
It's keyed into the most normie garbage possible and not actually tailoring its responses, it sounds like. Which kind of defeats the purpose.
You like sports ball?
Sports ball. Like soccer? I mean, football?
Was there any explanation of why it's called Grok? That sounds like something you'd name a caveman.
If I had to guess, Grok, I think, comes from a term in game design, which is based on a caveman, because the idea of grok, to grok something is a verb to mean that the grok can understand it easily. Grok being a caveman.
That makes more sense.
So to grok something just means that, like, your mechanics are easy to understand.
Yeah, that sounds like an extremely deep in joke. And someone let the cat out of the bag.
And hello, Booby Sweat X over in Twitch.
Wait, Twitch?
Twitch.
I'm getting these chats mixed up.
Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Dingus says, I only know about ChatGPT 4 because of Vettel and Neurosama. Vettel mentioned wanting Neuro on ChatGPT's 4's level.
So is ChatGPT 4 the latest one?
I think so. The one that you have to subscribe for.
The one that costs money.
The
Got
one
it.
that costs money. You have to get money for the one that actually works.
There's better ways to waste your money.
Probably, yeah. What are some better ways to waste your money?
Buying video games you'll never play.
Steam?
Yes. Hmm. Have there been any recent game releases? I know Elden Ring is gonna have its big DLC come out soon.
I've been very unplugged from game releases recently.
There hasn't been a lot of stuff. I'm just waiting until the next direct, and I've got a lot to play already, so I'm not 100% sure what I'll grab. Yeah, I've got plenty of stuff to hold me over. Maybe one or two more games. But I'm also getting into a bit of a retro kick, and I need to check my maybe check my older consoles, because I may be able to play some more stuff on that. I've actually got a lot of PS2 games.
Ah, that's the nostalgia era.
Yep. The bygone era, when the term having good graphics wasn't a joke, and developers could actually make good graphics. I've seen some discourse on like the amount of power the Switch successor would have, and it made me realize how absolutely stupid the industry is, because it made the concept of having power into a joke because of how much companies sell themselves on that. Well, they sold themselves on that, but the gameplay got worse. Now the visuals are worse, and the gameplay is worse too.
Yes.
Visuals and power and gameplay always mattered. It's just that people focus too much on the visuals, so the gameplay suffered. Now the visuals and the gameplays are suffering, like I said, and nothing matters.
They didn't even focus on the visuals, they focused on the tech.
Yep.
Like, how many pores can we show in this person's face? Yes.
Yeah.
Visuals, so good.
That's what I'm kind of jaded about, like the amount of like how advanced technology gets, because it's genuinely hard for me to see what's really using it, because it feels like, how many games are there that are like big AAA games that are released can hit 60 frames per second?
I don't even know. I don't pay attention to frame rate unless it's very low.
I don't really care. But everything seems to be trying to push visuals forward, and feels like everything's struggling to hit basics. And even if it's technically runs well technically, a lot of stuff just looks ugly.
It's dirty. Realism means dirty these days.
It does. I think realism was kind of nice back in the 7th generation, where we had a few precursors to a lot of awful stuff that would happen. I really remember enjoying the Uncharted games, though mainly 1 and 2 the most. 3 kind of like something about it felt off to me. And I think it was because it was like trying to have spectacle after spectacle after spectacle. Which is weird, because I wouldn't... Well, okay, it's not too weird. I just think that maybe it's that the other two were better at pacing themselves and building up to things. Because things were kind of dangerous from the start, but but there was a rising action to how things went.
I have never played an Uncharted, so I don't know any of this.
Yeah, it's an extremely on-rails third-person shooter. Fair warning. It was fun.
You know what? I think I've seen Oni Plays play it before. That's all my experience with it.
Yeah, they're pretty good games. I consider that era to be an era when Naughty Dog was good. and had more of an and seemed to have a little more connection to Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter, besides occasional references.
Before they were completely defined by The Last of Us.
The Last of Us Remastered, The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us 2 Remastered, The Last of Us 2 HD. Yeah. It seems like things were generally good for a time after The Last of Us launched, but then The Last of Us 2 happened, and they never released another new game again.
Then the game journalists liked it. And that was the
game journalist. How can a game be playable if a game journalist can play it?
It can't. That's the paradox.
It plays itself.
How did game journalists get to be game journalists anyways? Were they just like movie journalists or Hollywood journalists that just sucked at it and so they had to cover games, or what? Because that seems to be like the mentality they're coming with at games. If it's like a movie, then they like it or something.
I tend to look at it as they're not has-beens, they were never was-its. They want to work in quote-unquote bigger and better stuff, and just participating in gaming is a stepping stool.
Probably.
That's the
Grifters.
feeling I get because that's a big issue with comic books, where comic books became lamer for a lot of reasons, with one reason being that a lot of comics are pretty much just designed to be less spectacular because they're Netflix bitches. They have to be designed so that if it's in a Netflix show, it can be made on a Netflix budget, so it can't be anything too crazy.
Right. Just something for writers to do when they can't get a break in bigger industries, right?
That's how they see it.
Yeah.
That's how it feels. Just people who don't care that got let into to get a free paycheck because they had good friends. Quote unquote good friends. A lot of these people hate each other.
Ugh.
They hate everything. They just don't like anything.
I'm telling you, networking is like the biggest skill for anything.
Need to learn it.
I need to learn it.
Talking to people is scary. I'm good at interacting with people, but I need to try having more in-depth conversations.
Breaking the ice is kind of the hard part, isn't it?
Yeah, in my case...
Once you get into a conversation, it's like, okay.
Yeah, I know that realistically, what's the worst that can happen? You chat and just it kind of fizzles out. Or maybe things are kind of awkward. It's not really, it's not great, but as bad as it can feel, it's not a major problem in the grand scheme of things. Though I say that and still hesitant to do it. Maybe I'll try talking with people more. I am on the Minds chat, so just...
Minds chat? Is that like a usable thing now?
No. Kit has a Minds Discord where me and a few other people hang. I need to go on there more because... Well, it's not huge, but there's actually a ton of activity. I always miss the most unhinged conversations. Tomboy/Ponyboy may have had an arc where he developed a split personality and became a communist.
I see, so that's the lore behind all that.
Well, actually, there's a lot more lore. I think the Rooster trying to adopt his OC Sherman lore is still ongoing.
I think they were referencing that just earlier.
Yeah, I made my statement that I will side with whoever makes the situation funniest.
Solid choice.
Yep. I just call it Kit Server. It is Kit Server. But I consider it like the Mind server because that's where I know everyone from. Responding to Dingus.
Yeah, I saw his Rumble.
Yeah, I am going to be streaming on Rumble and dual streaming on Twitch.
Nice.
I just kind of need to... The reason I haven't is because I want to catch up on uploading my Twitch streams. I'm making good progress, but I actually realized that... Oh wait, I've actually got 30 streams in total to upload. In total.
Yeah, you've been streaming quite a bit. Definitely more than I do.
I'm thinking I actually need to slow down a little. I'm actually having fun. Cause I need to practice the drawing streams more just to get... I want to get more things done in one stream. So maybe some things are a little less ambitious.
That is the struggle in all of these things.
Yeah, because I did that Kirby fan art, which it's very much not finished. But for something that I I did some sketching beforehand, but the composition was planned on the fly, and I'm fairly happy with it. The explosion, some of the effects are probably going to be a bit rough, but something I'm
Oh yeah, I
willing
saw
to
that one earlier.
dig into. Yeah, it needs some work, but I'm looking forward to it, especially adjusting the lines, because something that's very zen is just tweaking lines to make them look better. Also, I mentioned having a backlog. I've got a good amount of retro games to play, and like I said, I may have some more if I can verify what console just do or do not work. Because I technically can emulate stuff, but I want to try to play it natively if possible.
Yeah, that doing console streams sounds like it'd be a pain.
It probably will be. So far, I think I'm going to try to practice and see how much input delay there is. That's going to be the thing that throws me off the most. I don't think it'll be so far, it wasn't a problem with Kirby 64. I mostly played on the gamepad, but when I was playing it on console, it wasn't too noticeable, but Kirby 64 was both an older game and didn't require snap reflexes.
Yeah, I've only ever played like Pokemon as a console game on a stream.
Pokemon's... for the most part, RPGs aren't really something you need super fast reflexes for, except for something like Mario RPGs, which are the only things that have whole patented combat system around action commands.
Boo,
there's probably
hiss.
more, but that's... What?
I said boo, hiss.
Oh, I see. Dicebag hates fun.
Dicebag hates games that don't let him chill out and play at his own pace and try to get him to get on his toes.
Poor Dicebag having to lean forward in his gamer chair. My heart breaks for him, folks.
Dicebag want to eat his lunch while he plays his games. Because it's the only time I play my games.
Understandable, but even with something like an RPG, I have trouble eating and playing, unless it's something that I can play with one hand. And yeah, my problem is probably that I play with console, and even with simple controls, I'll still be using a controller. Now, if I'd use a keyboard, that would probably be easier. Oh wait, speaking of stuff that I can probably play with one hand.
The skin flute?
No. Wait. That took me Shoot, that one took me a second to get to. I'm out of it tonight. I shouldn't have said anything.
What?
I was actually thinking. I mentioned it on stream. I was thinking of getting. Oh shoot! I forgot. Slay the Princess, since it's a visual novel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I'm not really familiar with it.
It seems fun, and from what I read, one criticism was that it wasn't too long, which is actually very nice for me.
That's good for streams.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe not a one and done, but I don't want to have a game play a game. I don't want to leave a game unfinished forever. A roguelite like Skull, I can go back to it anytime, I'm not 100% sure if I will. Not because I don't like the game, just because I want to try new things.
Yeah, roguelikes tend to have pretty good replayability anyways.
Yeah. Something like, and some older games are nice for that, which some people will say, "Oh man, this game is so short." While I say, "Oh man, this game is so short." Games not designed to be played as if they are a second job. And that's not a complaint about the necessarily connected to the quality, because I'm sure because I know a good game like the Persona games are designed like that.
My complaints are usually, man, this game is the same every time I play it.
Yeah, I've always been curious about that, because an arcadey game like Star Fox, replaying that I understand. A really big RPG like Persona, I see why people like it. It just seems like a lot to take in.
Yeah,
Even if you,
a lot of RPGs
since,
are not like casual things. That's one of the problems I have with them.
Like I've said, I think part of Pokemon's appeal is that, relatively speaking, the campaign itself isn't long, so you can just go with that, or choose to dip out, or go into the competitive stuff, which is another plus. Are there a lot of RPGs that have multiplayer things to them?
Not that I've seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any big things I'm missing. It seems to be pretty uncommon for the genre.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why I say Pokemon isn't really an RPG. Like, it might be formatted like an RPG, but the main thing is, like, the collecting and the battling and the monsters, and it's like a card game. Like a collectible card game.
I understand that. I do consider it an RPG, but I think parts of what made it popular and still make it popular are the parts that are the stuff that it deviates from, like not being as long and having a more of an emphasis on having multiplayer, period.
Yeah.
I'm sure other RPGs can do it, but even on the indie scene, a lot of them are focused on single player stuff. And that's not a bad thing. It's just that RPGs in general just aren't designed for like a wide appeal. They're time sponges by nature. Also one thing I consider to be a mark of a good RPG is that some grinding. I'm fine with some grinding, especially for like really tough bosses or super bosses. If grinding becomes like too much of a regular necessity, I think consider that a bit of a problem, because the game isn't really pacing itself well enough so that people are generally on par with whatever challenges they face.
Yeah, I kind of hate grinding.
Obviously,
if you can make the grind fun, then like you don't even need the rest of the game. That is literally Battle Brothers. Like, the actual part that would be a grind is just the normal part, and it's all fun.
No more gaming, brothers. The grind goes on.
Like, the entire game is just go out, do jobs, get contracts, kill bad guys, kill monsters, and that's the game. That's the game. Progress your dudes, make them stronger, get better equipment. That's the game. And it's a fun gameplay loop because it's, like, well thought out and well balanced, and there's like a countermeasures and everything to deal with everything. You got a lot of tools at your disposal, and you have to use them all different ways.
Hmm. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure grinding can be fun. Can be fun. I think I tend. I don't think I hate it per se. Hate it per se, because I can handle a bit of a grind. I just think I just look down on it if the difficulty is so high. You like just broken, and you're just constantly having to fight enemies. This was actually a problem in a game that I will get to because I have had some fun with it. Earthbound Beginnings, the predecessor to Earthbound, which is an RPG on the NES.
Hmm.
So you can probably get an idea of the problems that would pop up with that
It's an RPG.
on the NES. To sum up the problem, I'd keep leaving my house after the initial start and constantly get killed by a crazy hobo in random encounters. So I just run out, hope that I could fight enemies I could grind, I could actually survive until I could eventually defeat the hobo.
Well, hell, if you're into that,
Yeah.
you should play Fairy Tale Adventure on the Amiga.
Is that a good game?
Define a good game.
Is it an Amiga game?
It's an Amiga game. Fairy
Then
Tale
no.
Adventure is where you play three brothers who are on an adventure, or going on an adventure, but you only get to play one of them at once. They're
Are
basically
they on a fairy?
they're basically 3 lives. And the way you play Fairy Tale Adventure is you get your first guy and you go out into the woods and you die. Then you get your second guy
Fun.
and you go out into the woods and you die. And then you get your third guy and you go out into the woods and you die.
I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here.
Dingus says, I really felt the need to grind. I'm usually appropriately leveled in most games. I feel like that might be true in most games if you actually care about engaging with the combat system, but I usually find like JRPG combat specifically to be really boring to me. But
I'm a little neurotic about it.
Another
about
point in
getting to
favor
combat.
of Battle Brothers for me is it has a very interesting combat system, which does take some getting into, but I was into it enough to get into it.
He was so into it, he was into it.
You know what I want to do here?
What?
This last bit of the text mentions Chloe. I kind of want to put a close-up of her eyes in this last little gap here.
Hold on, I'm resetting so I can have.
Whoops.
A lot of people care for main story quests, they always ignore side content. There's a weird subset of people that don't care for the characters on the journey at all and just want the main story. Yeah, I kind of understand the interest in just focusing on the main quest. But usually if I do that, it feels like I'm just rushing through the game. And not because of that or because I'm just eager to get through things. I feel like I'm having less fun than I could be.
I'm gonna try and cheese this as much as possible here.
Skipping the side content does. Wait. Tyrion says he can't believe people go out of their way to repeatedly fight random stuff instead of doing actual content. Are there people like that? I mean, just fighting random monsters constantly sounds much more boring than at least doing it as part of a quest.
Not gonna lie, I'm very uninterested in most side quests as quests.
Actually, I think the side quests are like character and story, and like short story related, at least in a lot of RPGs, so I can understand that. Maybe if it was a gameplay everything, like some sort of weird boss or weird enemy encounter. For those who are more focused on the gameplay.
Oof.
What's up?
That blend layer isn't working.
Blendant.
Let's see. Hue, saturation, color. That. I don't know. Let's see. Let's try this. Merge those layers. Okay, that's not working. Overlay, not overlay. We're just gonna go through every blend mode and see if we can find something that works. So I don't have to redraw this. Multiply, color burn, linear burn, subtract, lighten, screen, color dodge, glow dodge, add parentheses glow, overlay, soft light, hard light, difference, vivid light, linear light, pin light, hard mix, exclusion, darker color, lighter color, divide. I think I'm back to the hue, saturation, color, brightness. Yeah, none of those are working. Can I, you know what? Let's try just turning her into a black and white.
Looking at the chat.
Oh, yes.
Tyrion says, I don't like having to be dropped into a battle just to hit a key and win. Every 30 seconds to continue a story. Oh, Tyrion mentioned something I've seen before I kind of liked was having weaker encounters run away from you. How many games do that where when you get strong enough, you can disregard weaker encounters? Like, completely, not just get dropped in, smack them, and win. Because I think for a while, Earthbound was the only one famous enough to have enemy both run away from you and just die automatically if you touch them, if you were strong enough. Maybe there's some newer ones that do it.
You know what? Creatures tries to handle that with battle montages.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't think of that because I mainly associate that with getting you with big mob fights where there's a lot of enemies and you don't want to spend a lot of time just going through all the roles.
It's mostly supposed to be for like random encounters of weaker creatures. So you can,
okay.
as a DM, you can still throw encounters at people, but not waste a lot of time, so you can spend their resources.
I was thinking... Yeah, I was thinking of when there was a swarm of them, but that makes sense.
Swarms might work too, but I tend to not like using big groups at all.
That was why I thought the quick encounters was meant to bypass that, because big encounters are just a lot of back and forth. And even when I have fun with them, they can be pretty time consuming.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm not fond of with tabletop RPGs, is if you want to have like a lot of challenging combat or anything, you really just need to spend tons of time doing it. Combat's almost never short unless it's really simple. And if that's the case, like, what's the point of even engaging in it if it's that simple?
Yeah, a lot of good times with combat. You can have a good struggle unless you're lucky, and just get some clever thinking in.
You know what?
I don't know what. Dingus likes D&D, but combat can be a drag. At times, it can be. I say this as someone who, with a lot of like RPGs in general, I tend, and I think I lean towards this with D&D 5e a lot. I like the RPGs, but there are a lot. I can't say I love it like a lot of people.
I was using the wrong color for the overlay. That's part of why it wasn't looking right.
Oh, that explains it.
But yeah, creatures. We have battle montages.
Yeah. Good for quick stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff I picked for creatures design-wise, as far as the game mechanics go, is made to like streamline things like combat. So like the way we roll dice, you don't roll like make a roll to hit and make a roll for damage. You roll one pool of dice, and that's your hits and your damage.
Oh, I didn't notice that at first, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So you only need to make one roll, and you don't have to wait on people. You do have to, like, it's a little more involved, like, doing the calculation, I guess, but, I think that works out. Like, it's not that difficult. I should have just drawn this chick by hand, instead of finagling this.
Live and learn.
Let's do it. Let's just...
Don't you believe in yourself, Dice?
No. Let's just trace over Chloe here.
Oh my gosh, Dice is tracing.
I'm tracing.
This is unprecedented, folks. I don't know if I'll ever survive this portrayal.
I can't believe it.
Dice bag tracing? Exposed? Not clickbait?
Instead of spending a bunch of time finagling his layers and to use the same drawing he already made, he just traced the drawing.
How dare he trace his own art? Too lazy to even trace someone else's. Unbelievable. Not sure if I'll try tracing, but I do need to try doing some studies of other artists,
You know
along
what?
with things like anatomy studies.
I
Yeah?
have always wondered how well it would benefit you to like you in general, like as an artist, to do studies in a way that's like trace a piece, then draw it by hand without any guides, just reference, and
I
then
have
like
heard of
compare
that.
the two, like lay them over the top.
I actually have heard, well, I think I have heard of something like that, but it's not tracing, more studying something and practicing, and then doing it without a reference to see how it turns out. It's sort of like a test to see how much knowledge you retain.
Yeah, I'm specifically thinking of like using that technique to like mimic art styles and stuff. I feel like that's where that would be a good way to see what you're doing differently and wrong when you try to mimic something.
I think that makes sense. I like the. I think I do something a little similar where part of how I learn is by trying to break down shapes and get an idea of how things sort of work. I think it worked out for me, like figuring out how to do Mario characters, because obviously they're not extremely difficult to learn, but there's just a certain way they're drawn where you're gonna know in your head if it's different from like the traditional art style. It's a very cartoony look that's like around the same level of detail as a little as Pokemon, maybe a little less.
Depends on which Pokemon, really.
It does.
There's quite a gap in different art styles when it comes to like actual Pokemon designs.
You don't play Monster Collectors for the consistent art style.
There is kind of like an overall idea concept to it, but yeah, they borrow a lot of different art styles. Like obviously you can tell the difference between a Digimon and a Pokemon.
Yeah, part of that is the art style. Pokemon has a lighter, like watercolor kind of art style that's generally more simple. Digimon kind of gets memed for the detail in the design, but in the case where it doesn't get, even in the cases where it's not too silly, I noticed that there tends to be like more wrinkles, more details, and obvious textures. And of course, there are cases where you get things like Gundramon. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I need to find a picture. As a reminder that Gundramon exists.
See, Dingus says most of the appeal of RPGs for me is customization, roleplay, and the feeling of being on an adventure. Yeah.
Geez, I'm the opposite of that. It's more like I like watching I never like to imagine myself in the setting. Even when it's an avatar, I imagine another character.
I don't think he's saying he's self-inserting, but
it's more like me following an adventure like a storybook. That's how I feel.
I would say one thing that fascinates me about RPGs is how you can, like, how do you describe this? How you relate the game mechanics to the in-world actions.
I find that pretty fascinating about games in general, because sometimes, especially if it's gameplay heavy, there's a lot of design decisions that you realize are focused around making them understandable to the players. Like the most obvious one is like in something like Zelda, they have They have enemies with giant. A lot of like bosses have giant eyes, and that's used as like an obvious weak point. You aim for the eye for massive damage.
I would not even consider Zelda an RPG personally.
No, it's more an example of like design ideas, but like gameplay mechanics or how they relate to the RPG design. I think Fire Emblem's a bit kind of unorthodox, but I think it counts. I remember one big thing that it had was a pair-up system in Awakening where you could have units team up and they get specific bonuses and increase their affinity with each other. And the affinities were important because you'd unlock cutscenes between the characters and they get bonuses when they fight together.
I think that might have been the one I played. Because that mechanic sounds very familiar.
That was the one that got it popular. So it's probably that one. That was the first one I played. I think I've only played one other one, which was Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia. I think that's actually got some interesting ones, such as... Keep in mind, every raid set applies to both custom characters and set-in-stone characters. Oh, okay. Understood, Dingus.
I don't understand.
Most of the appeal of RPGs is customization. For Dingus is customization, role-playing the feeling of being on an adventure. Roleplay should encompasses both how you act out the character as well as how you mechanically play the character. Keep in mind, every raid set applies to both custom characters and set-in-stone characters. Understood, Dingus. Now, where were we?
I do feel like in the theater kid era of role-playing games, people put way too much focus on the actual role-playing and tend to ignore the mechanics of the game a lot. That kind of grinds my gears. Because the mechanics the mechanics are there to represent a character that has skills that the player does not. And also, it can work in reverse. Like, the character can not know things or have skills that the player does. Like, if you've read the entire Monster Manual, your character's not supposed to know all that, but the player does.
Yeah.
Of course, there's only so much you can do about metagaming.
Yeah, because there's a reason you have to roll to find out what's going on, because you, the player, will know it, but your character probably won't, and that's going to affect how you roll and how you get hit by something. Like, if there's an enemy on the map that you can see, but your character doesn't roll to see him, he's still gonna he's gonna have disadvantage on when an encounter starts.
Yeah. Let's see. Dingus thinks most RPGs, especially TTRPGs, don't properly have mechanics that represent a character. I would say TTRPGs are better at it than most, like,
RPGs?
yeah, video game RPGs.
Probably.
Most mechanics represent a class/job. Okay, that's something I definitely have not gone with creatures. Unless you're talking about creature classes, but those are for combat. We use mostly a skill-based system. No specific class structure.
There's certain jobs, I think, but it doesn't feel like you're in a specific... I don't feel particularly boxed in, just that I specialize in something, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm a spellcaster, so I wanted to lean into that. So I think it was my stamina, the stat that decides my health is a bit weaker. But I compensate by having good ranged attack with my wand.
Yeah, I think most of you guys had, like, kind of characters on the physically weaker end last time we played, which we need to play again sometime. It's been like a month since the last time we had a session.
I was just thinking of that.
Yeah, I've been busy with the freaking website and I keep forgetting.
Don't worry, I'm busy and I need to be busier. I understand. I mean, so I've had so much to do. I had all morning, and I just spent it running around getting stuff done.
Running errands, always fun.
Yeah, that was it. It was less stuff I had to worry about later, but it was that but I did that, and then I went straight into work, and no one can tell me I don't pull my weight. Unless they want to be a liar.
Let's see. Dingus says the only TTRPG I know that actually kinda takes character into account is Fable Ultima in terms of mechanics. I found that the World of Darkness is pretty good about that. That's kind of why I used it as a basis for creatures, especially at least in the mechanical side. Unless I don't know, if you're talking about, like, I don't know, there's a lot of ways you could define character, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
I guess how the jobs relate to someone's character. That's the first thing I thought of.
Ooh, with this particular lighting setup, we get to do a little thing where we do the opposite effect with the eyes in terms of the shadows. Whatever Grade said. So in terms of doing the job,
Yeah, like job and who the character is, I guess. Which I can see.
Not sure if I like this dude's eyes. Dangerous thing to say this late into the drawing, but
Well, it could be worse. You could say, I don't like this comic's paneling right near the end.
you know what? Let's just redo the whole thing.
I got time. I can remake it. Might as well remake the whole thing while I'm at it.
What's the budget? Get the investors on the line.
2
We need
cents.
more cash. We gotta hire Jeff Goldblum for this part.
How do we pump up those DEI numbers?
Let's see. Dingus says, I bring up Fabula Ultima because it has a lot of variety in terms of how you build a character. Even if 2 players pick the same classes, they won't ever be the same. And you're not talking about subclass. Okay, I have to ask, is Fabula Ultima related to, like, the other Ultimas? Like, Ultima Online and the PC games, or the old ones?
Oh, wait, I think... I kind of remember that.
I played Ultima Online when I was a wee lad and too stupid to understand anything about it. Don't think so? Okay. Because that is the first thing I thought of when I saw Ultima. Ultima Online, the game where I got really high level armor from one of my dad's work friends and then lost it immediately after I went into the dungeon. Because players could loot your freaking dead corpses back then.
Wow.
Like
No
a
mercy.
full PvP experience on that game.
The real PvP experience, where everyone's just awful to each other.
True, true. Fact check true. I should probably put some wood grain on this thingamajig. This table.
What do we call it? A tablet?
A tablet. That's it.
Well, they finally invented tables. What will they think of next? Okay, it's pretty late, so I'm gonna head off the Discord and head to bed in a bit.
Alright, I'm probably not going to be on here much longer anyways.
No problem.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for letting Dale bully me into coming in.
Uh-huh. My
I don't have to
pleasure.
get up I don't have to get up super early at least, so tomorrow should be alright. Full day ending with some more RP. The grim darkness of the 40th century.
I see. Warhammer, eh?
Yeah, it's fun. Reptiles are ridiculous, especially one session which was just constant warp shenanigans.
Hmm.
And I mean constant, like, I think it was like we had like at least 2 psychers just blowing stuff up every second because they kept rolling wrath dice.
Okay. I've not played it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, quick summary. You roll a bunch of D6s for actions, and one of them is a special, I think it's called a wrath dice, where if you get a wrath critical, you get a very good bonus, and if you get a wrath failure, you get a really bad bonus. In the case of stuff with psychers, we got a lot of bad bonuses leading to the warp just coming out and screwing with everyone's heads constantly. It was funny, and I'm surprised it didn't do more damage to us than it did. Anyway,
I see.
Yeah. The dices were mean that night.
This sounds like a very chaotic game.
Yeah. Nope. Alright. Going ahead. Take care, man. See ya.
See ya. Let's see, Dingus. The best way I can describe Fabula Ultima's customization is that it's like choosing a feat per class level, and every class has a variety of feats to choose from. I see, okay. Yeah, it does sound like fun. I definitely like that level of customization. Like for creatures, I use a point buy system where your experience is spent rather than accumulated specifically. So you can buy new abilities whenever you reach the threshold for spending that much experience. More like a currency than an actual, like, thing you collect. This is about what World of Darkness does. That's heavily inspired by that mechanically. And creatures probably have the least customization out of anything in the game, mostly because it's so much micromanagement to have like a bunch of creatures that all have different ability sets and everything. There's a certain point where even I'm like, okay, this is too complex. Too much tracking. If it was a video game, maybe. But when you're doing pen and paper, like, that crap gets tedious real quick. Ugh. Have I tried the Pokemon TTRPG? No. Oddly enough, when I first started making creatures, I was looking for a Pokemon TTRPG to try and kind of get inspiration for mechanics, and there like wasn't anything except for a really crappy D&D conversion at the time. But now there's like several of them going around, I think. It's not unofficial, but people put a lot of effort into it. You mean it is? You mean it is unofficial? Is that Poke Roll? I think is the one I've heard of. That's what it's called, I believe. I haven't actually looked into it. I think we're a bit late to change up much of the inspiration for creatures at this point. Meant to say it's not official. Okay, yeah. That's what it sounded like with the whole sentence structure. Finishing off my drink here. I keep bringing drinks with me to the stream so I can sip them while I do it. Then I just don't drink anything for the whole time. Kind of defeats the point. I think we're done. Oh, hello. I didn't mean to click off. I was still talking there for a second. I don't know when I even did that. But yeah, we are wrapping things up. Do we have enough people to send out a Rumble raid, perhaps? Let's see. How do we raid on Rumble? Dingus, if you're still here, tell me. I think they're gone. I think everybody left me. Oh well. We'll figure it out next time. Alright. So anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you guys around. Bye!